How do you do it? Do you?
Nope.
I don't see a light on it.
Okay.
Those are just smackers.
All right, so I'll call the meeting to order. First item is to approve the agenda.
Move to approve.
Second.
Been moved by Mary and second by Brooke. Any discussion about the agenda today? Hearing none, those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. The agenda is approved. We're moving on to public comment. The board has significant interest in maintaining the quorum of its meetings and is expected that members of the public and the board will address each other with civility. The orderly process of the board meeting will not be interfered with or disrupted by public comment. Only individuals recognized by the board president will be allowed to speak. Comments by others are out of order. If disruptive, the individual causing the disruption may be asked to leave the board meeting. Abusive, disruptive, or defamatory comments will not be permitted. The state board's agenda is full, and I may place a maximum of 30 minutes for public comment. I'll give each speaker 5 minutes or 3 minutes if there are a large number of speakers. At the end of your allotted time, I'll ask you to conclude, and the board will move on to the next speaker. The department will not respond to public comment aside from requesting clarification. The department may place a topic raised at public comment on a future agenda. The topic from public comment that is not related to an item on today's agenda will not be addressed at today's meeting. Do we have public comment this morning?
If you're calling in, please press 9 to raise your hand, or please use the raise hand feature at the bottom of your screen. We do have one.
Okay.
Good morning. I just wanted to say my name is Melissa Cook, and I'm from Decorah, Iowa. Thank you to the Iowa Board of Education for the opportunity to say a few words about the revised Iowa Science Standards. I'm a science writer, educator, and author of education textbooks. And I've been involved with the science standards, seeing things happening and responding since January. Thank everyone who worked. So this is a rare thing. I'm going to be saying some thank yous. I want to thank everyone who worked to update these science standards, including all who spoke up about the errors in the revisions shared with the public in January, and to all who listened and incorporated that important feedback. And I say that truly, I don't take speaking up for science and really listening to viewpoints you may not agree with and then compromising lightly in these challenging political times. I appreciate that this revision aligns well with the next generation science standards and has the added features of connections. The Iowa and Career Connections especially have great potential to engage teachers and students in science all around them. For developing the science standards, I do have some suggestions for process improvements based on my experience in the field. So the first point, allow more time for public comment. Specifically, make the public aware that a revision is coming at least a month before it arrives, and then allow at least another 6 weeks for review and public comment. Science learning and our future scientists are too important to rush this process. Create a companion document that provides the rationale and goals for the revisions and highlights the changes made. Being transparent aids the conversation and models effective science practices. Encourage the conversation. Having worked on standards over the years, I know we all get to the point that we just want it to be done already and done our way because we have the authority. Instead, set up each stage of the process to invite people in. Keep talking, keep reviewing, and coming to consensus. Yes, just like scientists. Thank you.
Thank you. Other public comment this morning?
There are no other public comments.
Okay. We will move on to the director's report.
Thank you, President Robbins, Vice President Axiotis, and members of the board. And as always, thank you for your service on this impactful board. I'd also like to join you all in thanking President Fisher and the Kirkwood Community College leadership team for hosting us today and for the time they took yesterday to take us around campus to see their in-demand programs in action, including in animal sciences and vet tech, dental hygiene and assisting, industrial technology, healthcare, and much more. To jump in, we wanted to start off with an update on our unified allocation plan. Last month, the department submitted an initial request to waive specific federal statutory and regulatory ESEA, or Elementary and Secondary Education Act requirements that are needed to implement its proposed unified allocation plan, building upon its CASA system or its consolidated application. As you know, over the years, superintendents and education leaders have shared difficulty in implementing different programmatic and fiscal requirements for each of the different ESEA programs, and our unified allocation plan as proposed would help align the ESEA program administration to Iowa's state and local education priorities, help bolster our school improvement efforts informed by accountability and assessment, and support school districts' focus on best serving students in need of support. Specifically, it requests to allow school district formula and competitive funds to be consolidated based on existing statutory formulas, so that rather than operating over 1,400 different funding streams across 325 school districts for 9 different ESEA programs, resulting in fragmented local investments, a single fund across all ESEA programs for each local education agency or school district could be locally managed. Once again, this would be based on existing statutory formulas. It would also allow the state administrative and state activities set aside funds to be consolidated based on, again, existing statutory formulas, so that a single fund for the department's administrative and state activities across all ESEA programs could be managed by the department to make comprehensive investments in our established priorities, the board's established priorities and strategic plan, of course, that have strong focus on narrowing and closing achievement gaps through accountability and support. And once again, this is based on existing statutory formulas. And then finally, it would allow statutorily required equitable services to non-public school students and teachers in ESEA that are supported by the proportionate share in all relevant ESEA programs to be more effectively and efficiently provided. And this is intended to help focus our school district and non-public school partnerships on improving student achievement rather than on compliance tasks, and once again would be based on existing statutory formulas. A couple of additional points on this, recognizing our strong focus on accountability for student outcomes in our new accountability system, our proposed plan continues to rely upon our 2024 USED approved ESSA state plan and our school performance accountability system. As you know, the Iowa School Performance Profiles, which Dr. Pennington presents on, utilize all student achievement data and the disaggregated student achievement data of student groups from annual assessments to inform our school designations and of course the comprehensive support and improvement investments that follow. And then the DE also of course remains steadfast in its commitment to ensuring the civil rights protections in ESEA, including the requirements for school districts to provide specific services and supports to student groups, including students who are English language learners under Title III Part A, students who are migratory under Title I Part C, students who are considered neglected or delinquent under Title I Part D, and students who are experiencing homelessness under Title I and McKinney-Vento. Under this proposal, school districts' consolidated application to the department would articulate their ESEA services and supports plans to meet the needs of all students, including the submission of each school district's LAU plan to support students who are English language learners, their McKinney-Vento plan and liaison to support students who are experiencing homelessness, their liaison to support students who are migratory, their liaison to support students who are considered neglected or delinquent, their partnerships with state-run institutions and residential facilities that support education continuity and successful transitions of students. And finally, their partnerships with community-based organizations that support out-of-school programming before and after school programming. We've communicated, and as we've communicated with education leaders since our initial submission, we've received 2 major questions from superintendents. The first has been, again, will districts continue to receive funds in an equivalent manner? And as covered, yes, the Unified Allocation Plan does not propose any changes to how the amount of funds a district receives to serve its students is calculated. The proposal is focused on flexibility in the programmatic and fiscal management and the use of those funds. And then the second component has been, will there continue to be allowable expenditures on administrative costs? And yes, there will continue to be allowances for administrative costs, but we do expect and we do hope that the administrative costs will be significantly reduced if we're given the opportunity to implement this Unified Allocation Plan and right-size compliance and enhance the focus of our federal funds on instructional improvement. So thank you for the opportunity to provide that preliminary update based on our current proposal to the U.S. Department of Education, which of course may be revised based on the U.S. Department of Education's review and feedback. And I'm happy to pause there if there are any questions related to this or to continue on into an update related to our grad rates.
Administrative costs are what, 5 to 8%?
It varies across the programs.
Is it?
Yes.
Right.
Is there a timeline for response? When you expect to receive a response or ruling?
We're continuing to work on to ensure the allowability of our plan. We're the first state in the nation to submit such a plan. So we'll keep the board updated as that conversation progresses.
Okay.
Were you invited to provide this?
Our proposal was based on the feedback of our education leaders across a number of years. So it is responsive to how we've been able to develop a consolidated application and what flexibilities we would need to continue to better meet the needs of educators and education leaders and students and families, and continuing to focus our strong commitment to prioritizing resources on the classroom and what we know drives student achievement and growth.
Correct.
Shifting into, and we have a number of exciting updates, but shifting into graduation rates, at the end of last month, we were proud to share that Iowa's 4-year graduation rates increased nearly a full percentage point, 0.8 percentage point, reaching to 88.3% for the graduating class of 2024. And this marks the first time since 2020 that our graduation rate has returned to pre-pandemic levels. Nearly 900 more students in the class of 2024, a total of 34,158 students earned their high school diploma. And as you know, these students are now better positioned to succeed in post-secondary education and higher wage fulfilling careers. Our data also shows encouraging and significant progress in narrowing graduation rate gaps experienced by students with disabilities and students who are English language learners, and students from low-income backgrounds. We have progress to continue to make. Iowa's 4-year graduation rate experienced by students with disabilities is 70.3%, representing a 2.4 percentage point increase. And our graduation rate for students from low-income backgrounds, as determined by eligibility for free and reduced price lunch, is 80.2%, which is a 1.5 percentage point increase from the previous years. Additionally, our 4-year graduation rates by racial and ethnic background increased for most student groups. Graduation rates for students who are English language learners did decline slightly from 73.7% the prior year to 73.4% for the graduating class of 2024. And the graduation rate for males is 3.2 percentage point lower than the graduation rate for females. However, this gap has decreased since the class of 2022, when it was 4.5 percentage points. A couple of additional points. Iowa's 5-year graduation rate for the class of 2023 was 89.9%, consistent with 89.7% for the class of 22, but still below the class of 2019. And our annual dropout rate was 2.59% for the 23-24 school year, showing an improvement of about 3%, just over 3% in the 22-23 school year, and 2.6% in the 18-19 school year. So a total of 4,052 students in high school 9 through 12 dropped out in the 23-24 school year. And we will dig into this data and trends that we are observing in Dr. Pennington's presentation on the Condition of Education report after rules.
Are there any, and maybe it's too early for data on, in terms of dropouts, because I know there are a couple of charter schools that opened up that are specifically targeting students who maybe traditional school wasn't the right thing. So is there any data on that, or is it too early for, because I know I think there were a couple of them, I think there was an online one, and then there was the one in Des Moines and the one in Cedar Rapids targeting that. Is it too early for that, or?
So those have either launched this year or are launching next year. So that is certainly something that we will watch and look to see that relationship. But it's not a trend observed in this year's data yet.
Okay.
And then shifting to the Students First ESA program, that the 2025-26 application opened yesterday. New applicants are required to first create an ESA portal account before starting the application process, and returning applicants will log into their existing ESA portal account to complete a new application for the 25-26 school year. Beginning this year, all Iowa K-12 residents are eligible for the ESA program regardless of family income, and applications are available in both English and Spanish and will be accepted until Monday, June 30th. And then this Tuesday, public voting in the license plate design challenge closed. And you all are very familiar with that exciting opportunity to celebrate the artistic talent of our students and to celebrate education across Iowa. We're excited to share that the department received almost 3,000 votes, 2,956 votes, and has identified, we'll soon have the opportunity to announce a winning design at the end of the school year, replacing the current design. The redesigned license plates will go into production as soon as this summer, and all semifinalist art will be permanently displayed at the Grimes State Office building for all of us and all Iowans and the public to enjoy. And then we have a little bit of a more robust update on legislation, and I'll be filling in for Eric St. Clair, our legislative liaison in that space, and then we'll take a quick pause again. But as you know, the second legislative funnel was the Friday before last, so April 4th, and by that date, House bills need to be passed out of the Senate committee and Senate bills out of a House committee, with the exception of Ways and Means and Appropriations bills. This was also the last week that most policy committees met, as attention shifts to floor debate and appropriations bills. Several education-related bills have passed out of both the House and the Senate and are now eligible for the governor's signature, including the Governor's Math Counts Act, which we've discussed, and the governor's bill restricting student use of personal electronic devices during instructional time, which we've discussed. Additionally, several education related bills that are pre-filed pieces of legislation have become eligible for signature, and those include the Purple Star Schools Initiative, as well as our legislation supporting career and technical education and career exploration in middle school grades 5 through 7, as well as the industry recognized credential diploma seal. And as we've expressed before, we're very appreciative of the legislature for their consideration of our proposals and look forward to continued progress. Last time there were also questions related to the school funding bill. Senate File 167 related to school funding has also passed both chambers. It establishes a 2% increase for school aid and categorical funds, and it implements the second stage of the teacher salary increases, increasing to $50,000 for new teachers from $47,500, and from $60,000 for experienced teachers to $62,000. This represents about a $102 million increase in public school funding. This bill also includes other provisions to raise the regular and special education cost per pupil for $5, totaling about $2.9 million in an increase. It also increases the shared operations cap from 21 to 25 additional pupils, totaling about a $942,000 increase, and it increases transportation equity funding by 5%, totaling about a $1.5 million increase. And the Senate has also started introducing appropriations bills, including Senate Study Bill 1222, which makes appropriations for the Department of Education, community college, regents, universities, and our Iowa College Aid state post-secondary scholarship and grant programs. And the House has not yet introduced its appropriation bill. And then finally, the 110th day of session falls on May 2nd, which is the target date for the legislature to adjourn, since this is the first session of this General Assembly. A bill that was introduced but did not pass one of the legislative funnels may be picked up next session from where it left off. You pause there and see if there are any questions related to session.
The increase for community colleges, the Department of Ed, do they give you a percent what they're proposing to increase, or just?
The Senate State Bill has not yet, I believe, been heard by that committee. So as this progresses, we're happy to provide updates.
It's typically similar to what school districts receive.
Last year was the same percent, with the exception of community colleges, which had a higher percent. Okay, and then shifting very briefly into a couple of division updates. In the Division of PK through 12 learning, we were excited to announce that our high quality instructional materials list for literacy and math, those statewide contracts were announced last month. Again, that responded to requests from instructional leaders across Iowa, and we conducted an RFP, a request for proposals, to identify and enter into these statewide contracts with negotiated pricing for HQIM that is aligned to our state standards in ELA and in math adopted by the state board last year. During the competitive bidding process, publisher submissions were first reviewed to meet rigorous evaluation criteria and the highest levels of quality on ed reports, and then they were reviewed by a team of literacy and math experts, both internal and external to the department, all Iowans. This list was released again last month, and that districts that are interested in utilizing the statewide contracts can contact our ELA and math consultants. And while the list is not exhaustive, it's an optional list of HQIM, again, that's aligned to our standards, that is intended to support schools with options in their evidence-based HQIM review, adoption, and implementation processes. And please note, this is a purchasing list. It is not an approved list of HQIM, but is intended to be a useful tool for school leaders and districts. The first revision team for our social studies standards met for the first time on April 10th. And again, as always, this committee consists of educators, administrators, content specialists, higher education representatives, parents and families, and community partners. And again, we will follow, as always, that same 5-phase process that you'll hear again about today. And per House File 2545 that was enacted last session, the state board's first read of the revised social studies standards must occur on or before its December meeting. So we are preparing for that timeline. And then we are also excited to remind everybody that we have a 6th round of letters registration open now for elementary educators and early childhood educators. That is open to PK through 5 educators, middle school special education teachers, our literacy intervention teachers, higher education instructors, and our administrators. And that will be open for the 25-26 school year until August 22nd. And building on that, I'm also excited to share that the department is now offering UPAR, which stands for Universal Protocol for Accommodations in Reading statewide, as well as the Read and Write software to Iowa schools through our expanded Access for All initiative. The two resources will help teachers identify students who need additional assistance with reading comprehension and provide access to grade level content through innovative text reading technology. Schools can use UPAR to assess student reading comprehension and identify methods for how students best understand text, whether that be by reading independently or using a text reader support function. And all Iowa schools can register for the UPAR assessment protocol and apply for that read and write license now at no cost, utilizing our Access for All webpage. STEM Best was also recently nationally highlighted at the National Science Teaching Association conference as a part of the NSTA TV Thought Leadership film series. And the series is produced annually for that national conference. This year's event organizers aimed to feature leaders who are working to engage K-12 students in STEM that is connecting learning to industry experiences and strengthening the future of our state's STEM workforce, a mission that is, of course, exemplified and is the foundation of our STEM Best program. The film is called Innovating for the Best, all caps, Best Future in Iowa, and it highlights the work of the Governor's STEM Advisory Council at Boone Edge and Boone High School's STEM Best program model, No Boundaries Middle's Okoboji Middle School STEM Best program, and the STEM Best program model at Storm Lakes Early Elementary and High School. And again, it debuted at the end of March in Philadelphia, and happy to share that with anybody who would like to view it.
Yeah, it's on Facebook and LinkedIn, and it's, if you haven't seen it, it's worth, 5 minutes. It's really great.
Thank you. And then just very briefly, finally, in our Division of Higher Education, you heard yesterday about the Career Academy Incentive Fund while touring Kirkwood Community College and about the importance of the state's CAF program, which provides competitive grants to Iowa school districts and community colleges that team up to start or to expand regional centers and career academies that meet the needs of local businesses and industries and communities and schools. We've got 26 centers statewide and 11 additional academies that are opening or set to open in the coming years. And this is just a reminder that those applications are due on April 18th. And also Credentials to Careers, which you are very familiar with, has reopened, and those applications are due on May 30th. And then finally, as you know, we are in the process of reviewing and revising our Perkins 5 state plan, and our updated 4-year state plan must be submitted to and approved by the U.S. Department of Education before the start of next school year. We are currently in the public comment period, and the public comment survey closes on April 21st, so we'll provide more detailed updates next time. And then to close us out, just a profiling a few events and community engagement opportunities we've had as a team. Last month, the department joined the Iowa Association of Colleges for Teacher Education Spring Conference. We had the opportunity to speak to nearly 200 teacher educators from community colleges and universities about our shared priority to support a strong teacher pipeline through recruitment and for retention, also with a strong focus on the implementation of our science of reading legislation and the board's recently adopted rules implementing those requirements, as well as the Math Counts Act and the additional revisions to the accreditation standards for teacher preparation programs that are articulated in that legislation that the board will be taking up in the coming year. And then last week, we also welcomed students from the ISD, Iowa School for the Deaf, high school government class as a part of their visit to the state capitol, and they were able to participate in the annual tradition of signing the Pledge of Allegiance and ASL before the start of session, which was awesome. We also visited Marshalltown Community School District's Miller Middle School in recognition of Mathematics and Statistics Awareness Month. Superintendent Schutte and the Marshalltown team invited us to see how the district is implementing new evidence-based math curriculum and instruction and engaging all learners. And during the visit, we also got to see students take part in innovative virtual reality experiential learning, where they get to apply their math skills to real-world problems. And then just this week, the team joined the annual Iowa Work-Based Learning Coordinators Conference in Des Moines, where we had the opportunity to be with 300 attendees to talk about our shared priority to ensure all students have access to a work-based learning experience and great updates in that space. We also had the opportunity to talk with thousands of students at the Iowa FFA annual convention in the Hilton Coliseum in Ames. FFA is our state's largest CTSO, career and technical student organization, and there are over 20,000 FFA members in 2025, which is the highest membership ever in the 97 years of FFA in Iowa, so a very proud point for Iowa FFA. And then just yesterday before our tour of Kirkwood's awesome CTE and registered apprenticeship programs, there was a Build My Future event in Des Moines with over 7,000 students, and we were honored to take part in an apprenticeship signing day as those students committed and officially began their employment and apprenticeship opportunity. And then just as a reminder, the Board of Educational Examiners met on April 11th, and the Special Education Advisory Panel met on April 11th. That concludes my report.
All right, thank you. Any questions or comments for that director? All right, hearing none, we will move on to the consent agenda. We have one item, the meeting minutes from March 20th.
I move we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Moved by Brian, second by Cindy. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion's carried. All right. Item 4 on the agenda is rules. Thomas?
President Robbins, members of the board, Director Snow, Thomas Mays, Rules Coordinator for the Department of Education. We have two very small but very consequential rulemakings for you today to consider. Words matter, and a word here or a word there can make a difference. The first rulemaking before you is the change or the amendment to the charter school performance framework. When these rules were initially drafted, the charter school performance framework included the conditions for learning survey, because the conditions for learning survey was part of statewide accountability under the Every Student Succeeds Act. Now that the conditions for learning survey was stricken, it didn't make sense to have that still part of the charter school performance framework when it would be like comparing apples to sheetrock. An accountability system for charter schools that was different than the accountability system for every other publicly supported school. So the proposal is to strike the conditions for learning and make the performance framework more shelf-stable rather than identifying specific portions of the performance framework. It would instead specify in any other component of the state's ESSA accountability plan. So that is the recommendation of the department to the board to give notice of this intended action.
Questions regarding chapter 19?
I move we give notice of intent to amend the rule, amend chapter 19.
Moved by Ryan,
Second?
second by Cindy. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. All right, chapter 46.
Chapter 46 amends the rule on use of funds for secondary regional planning partnerships, regional CTE planning partnerships. The rule as it exists currently specifies state and federal funds. And upon review, the subject matter expert said that that was unnecessary. That phrase "and federal" is unnecessary for two reasons. First of all, it links appropriate use of state funds with appropriate use of federal funds. And these are state funds only. So there's no real business reason to incorporate federal funding guardrails to state funds. The second reason is if the funds are graded, which hopefully they are, federal law speaks for itself. There's no need to insert "and federal" here because the United States Code, the Code of Federal Regulations, US Department of Education materials and guidance says what appropriate uses of funds are. This adds nothing to that body of federal law. So the subject matter experts propose, and speaking on their behalf, I propose to you that the board give notice of intended action to amend chapter 46.
Questions on chapter 46?
So to clarify, there's no prohibition of using the federal funds, it's just that we don't need to include
We don't
that
need to talk
language
about
in this
them.
from the state perspective.
They'll continue to be able to use federal funds for any allowable purpose, including coordinating, grading, folding them into their RPP. This is unnecessary to allow that.
Gotcha, thank you. I move that we give notice on chapter 46.
I would second that.
Okay, motion by Cindy, second by Cass. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion's carried. Thank you, Thomas.
And you're ahead of schedule.
Yeah.
That was so quick for you.
Yes.
I mean,
No.
us.
Item 5, condition of education. He's here.
How do I, can someone promote me, or how do I share the screen? Oh, here we go. So give me a second here while Yes. What's up? Okay, good morning, everyone. Appreciate the opportunity to present to you. Jay Pennington, Bureau Chief at the department. And I'm excited to share with you this morning the 35th edition of the annual Condition of Education Report. This is a flagship publication of the agency and supports both the department and the state board goals overall. I tend to move quickly. I know we've got 45 minutes, but please stop me, ask questions. Let's try to make this a little interactive. The report itself, and I'll get into the content, it really highlights strengths of Iowa's education system as well as opportunity for improvement that I'll show you from the latest version of the report. I want to use this opportunity to provide baseline information about the schools in the state, the students that attend those schools, as well as other key performance indicators such as teacher salary, like what does the latest data tell us about that, as well as student performance updates, including course information, and then get into some of what Director Snow mentioned, which is the latest graduation and dropout rates. Just to set some baseline information, this is the 2024 report. So a lot of what I'm going to show you is from the 23-24 school year, and where we've had time to do analysis, I'll give you the latest trends from the current school year, 24-25. The report itself is a huge accomplishment. It's 270 pages, hundreds of charts and figures, with a variety of topics. This year is a newly designed report, which is actually one of the reasons why in April I'm presenting to you the 2024 version. I really want to thank Heather Doe and her team for putting a new look and feel to the publication. We expect moving forward, we'll be able to get it out a little bit earlier now that we've got that structure in place. I also want to thank Jason Crowley, who works in my bureau. He's the main member in the department that works with all the different bureaus across the agency to put this content together. So he works with early childhood, works with special education, the finance team. This is a huge undertaking, so I really want to use this as an opportunity to highlight his good work. So over the next 45 minutes, I want to touch on, again, just baseline information about district schools and students, talk about teacher workforce, get into course taking patterns and grad rates. Here's on the right-hand side, you'll see some of the new graphics that really bring the publication into a modern look and feel. We have a screenshot. There's an online companion version that's available. So while the publication itself gives you the state level view, what the online version allows you to do is to drill in and figure out how does that state level view compare to Des Moines or Cedar Rapids or any district across the state. So you can use that to really localize and understand how that state level trend affects what's happening locally. Here are the chapters: student performance, special ed, staff program, and finance that's included in the report. So here's a quick overview of district schools and students. In the 23-24 and 24-25 school year, there are 325 school districts across the state. 22 of those districts don't have a high school, so just under 7%. So they're entering into some kind of whole grade sharing arrangement to ensure that those students are educated at a high school. Overall, 1,300, just over 1,300 schools, with in the 23-24 school year, a K-12 enrollment of 483,699 students. That dropped in the 24-25 school year to be about 480,600 students. And I'll get into some enrollment projections that are included in the report here in a second. In fall of 2023, there were 192 non-public schools, which increased to 213 for fall of 2024. The K-12 enrollment in the 23-24 school year for non-publics was 36,615 students. In the 14-15 school year, that increased to about 39,000 students, just over 39,000.
Jay, the students that left, the 3,000 some odd students that started but left, are you able to track them? Are they still in the state? Are they out of the state?
Yeah, we're able to track them. So 3,000 here, so it's a mix. And I'll get into enrollment projections, but basically we're seeing a decline overall, and it's a national trend in enrollment just across the board, whether that's public and non-public on a national scale. So some are choosing to go to a non-public school, and some are just graduating, and we're having sort of fewer kids coming through the system overall. Good question. So level setting, baseline information about the district size category. There's a lot on this chart. What we have here, this enrollment size category, or the number of students that are attending within that. So, the smallest being a district that has fewer than 300 students, the largest being a district that has over 7,500 students. This gives you about just under a 25-year trend to examine, looking at the percentage of overall districts. Again, in that 23-24 school year, it was 325 that were distributing. Obviously, 25 years ago, we had more. And I've highlighted a couple of sort of key things, taking a look at sort of the left-hand side. So you can see here the one district size category, that 600 to just under 1,000 students, is the only category that's actually seeing a percentage decrease. So you're seeing sort of a pulling from the middle, so an increase in the number of districts that are educating a smaller population, as well as an increase in districts that are educating students that are in a larger enrollment category. The biggest increases being this 300 to just under 600 students, and the 7,500 or more. On the right-hand side, it shows you the number of students that are in each of these size categories. And there's some pretty interesting takeaways here. So when you look at the percentage increase in number of students, you can see here the only size categories that are gaining student population statewide are school districts that are educating 2,500 or more students. So while you're seeing the increase in the percentage of smaller school districts, they're educating fewer students over that 25-year window. The other interesting thing is to sort of put these two highlighted areas together. So this is 11 percentage points in terms of the overall number of districts. So we've got 11% of districts educating 54% of the student population, and the other 89% educating the other 46% of students.
Just out of curiosity, do you ever look at, I know that individual districts look at this data and its birth rate.
And the birth rate?
Yeah, do you compare your early childhood and elementary years to the birth rate by county or by state?
Absolutely, and that's a great segue into our enrollment projections, and that's actually what we're doing. What we do is we take the birth data from public health.
Yep.
Unfortunately, that's by county, so we have to determine how many kids within that county are attending the local school district. Right. So we've got a methodology, I won't get into that. But that's the sort of supply side, right? And to your earlier question, on a national scale, we're seeing U.S. Department of Education, National Center for Education Statistics is expecting through the 2030 school year about a national decline of 7 to 8 percentage points in the overall population. But that birth data is a core piece of data that we use. What we also use then is we look at, okay, what is the ratio of kids going from kindergarten to first grade to second grade? And we're seeing, as the larger classes of kids graduate, we're seeing smaller classes sort of matriculate throughout the system, ultimately resulting in a decline in overall enrollment.
Thank you.
So we do some 5-year projections. This goes out to the 28-29 school year. We are seeing and expecting about a just under a 2 percentage point decline in enrollment statewide. So while I referenced NCES and their projections, we expect that to be lower for Iowa than what's going to be seen in many other states. At the same time, you're seeing a slight uptick in non-public enrollment, likely due to ESA enrollment and decisions of families.
So I was looking at about a 10,000 decrease in public school enrollment, about a 2,000 increase in private schools. Next year, or will we have charter schools included in the matrix of all of this, or how does that work?
Yes, absolutely. So just to give you some context as well, while we've got in the most current school year, just over 480,600 or so, students attending a public school, the non-public school enrollment overall is 7 percentage points. And when we look at the charter school enrollment, it is even lower than that. It's less than 1,000 students statewide. So yes, we will absolutely see those other opportunities and continue to see enrollment increase in those other opportunities, but it's the vast majority of students are still attending a public district, and we, even with our projections, that will still be the case.
Okay, thank you.
With the population decline, and I know that this data is K through 12, but seeing a 2% decline in enrollment, is there any data that you have as to how that will move forward into community college enrollment?
Yes, I mean, you're going to see fewer kids. It'll take a while, birth 13, 18 years to get there. But yes, I mean, there are data, whether that's iPads or even, what the Board of Regents is projecting, there will be a decrease in higher ed enrollment as well, both in Iowa and national. Does that answer your question? Good questions. Also wanted to just provide an opportunity to highlight some of the demographic changes. This gives you about a 25-year window from the 2000-2001 school year to 23-24. So in 2000-2001, there were just under 10% of students educated in Iowa schools. These are public school numbers. That was a student of color. That has increased to just under 29 percentage points in the 23-24 school year. That's over 29% in the 24-25 school year. In terms of the changes, the largest student groups that are showing increases are certainly the Hispanic and Latino student population, Black or African American, and then those students that identify as being multiracial or two or more races.
Is this information collected for the non-publics as well, or?
It
You
is.
said this was just public schools, right?
It is. So actually with the passing of the ESA program, we're collecting more information about students attending non-public schools. So to answer your question, the independent accredited provide us basic enrollment information. Those are independently accredited through another accrediting agency. And so we had some data, but it was more limited for that population. For those non-public schools that were accredited by the department, we certainly have much more detailed information. However, with the ESA program, we do need to get more granular data for students attending an ESA, which for the most part will be most students attending a non-public school. So yes, it's not as diverse as the picture you're seeing for the public school. I'm gonna pivot here to just a few workforce trend updates. There's a lot on this screen. The top bar represents the overall number of educators in public schools. This gives you a 12-year trend. The other three bars really represent the implementation of the teacher leadership and compensation program. So on the lowest bar are those that only act in some kind of teacher leader role, so they're a mentor teacher, master teacher. The other one is someone that is a teacher leader at least in some part of their day. And then, so if you add these three bars up, it will give you the total number. And you can see here the number of educators that didn't have some type of teacher leader role within their district. So overall, we've, in the most recent year, 37,829 educators. The 38,092 in the 22-23 school year was sort of the peak that we've seen within the state all time. And we've seen a slight decrease, but it's still pretty similar to where we were in 22-23. At the same time, thinking about, I just showed you enrollment projections and have talked about the increase in enrollment. I think it's also important to say, looking at enrollment over the same period, we see a just under 0.5% increase in the number of students over this dozen years. So, a slight increase in the student population, however, a 10 percentage point increase in the number of educators, meaning there are more educators in the state to educate about the same number of students over that decade. This data, to highlight something that Director Snow mentioned, some of the recent changes in legislation related to teacher salary. This gives you a decade view of, the top line represents career teachers, or those that are teaching 12 or more years. The middle line represents, and this is salary data, at the average teacher in the state. The bottom line are starting teachers. The dots you see at the bottom represent the year-to-year increases in salary that, Director Snow mentioned state aid increase, and this shows you the increase for each of these different teaching categories, what the percentage increase was year to year. And really, want to highlight, certainly the most recent year, the 24-25, and you can't really even see this beginning teacher one because it's above, it's 12 percentage points. So point is that the legislation that passed that increased both beginning and career teacher salary affects all these different groupings. And you can see here, 12 percentage points in the most recent year. We expect that to increase as the beginning salary also increases, as well as certainly overall and career teachers. So in the most recent year, career teachers, those with 12 or more, on average, were making $73,717, just over $65,000 for the average, and then just under $53,000 for a starting teacher salary.
Just a
Yeah,
quick
please.
point on this. I think in designing the teacher salary increases, one significant point in its design was to avoid pay compaction, which this demonstrates was achieved.
And then you can see here the percentage increases across the decade for those different teaching types. Next, I want to touch on, again, about a 25-year window in terms of teacher characteristics. This will be even further highlighted in the next couple of slides, but we're seeing an overall decrease in the average age of the educator workforce. At the same time, the industry continues to trend higher in terms of the percentage of educators who are female. The percentage of staff of color was just under 2% about 25 years ago. It's just over 3.3 percentage points. And reflecting back on the demographic changes within the state, you can see that this is an area of certainly opportunity, where we've got just over 3% staff of color, but we've got roughly 29% students of color within districts across the state.
Wouldn't you say, though, that's reflective more of the urban district population of students than the rural?
Absolutely,
Yeah.
yes. We're also seeing an increase in the percentage of educators that have an advanced degree, master's degree or higher, is what this represents. And again, as we're trending into a younger workforce, we're also seeing the average years of experience, either total or in the district, to be lower. I did mention, over that 12-year trend, a 10 percentage point increase. This gives you a 25-year trend, roughly, about the number of educators we had in 2000, 2001, and in the most current school year. So, over 4,000 more.
Jay, is that increase attributed largely or significantly to a teacher leader program?
That had a lot to do with it. Certainly, just over this 20-year window, there have been multiple sort of policy levers that have been put in place. So the TSS, if you recall, in the district, your role as superintendent, that TSS money provided that $250 million that was ultimately folded into the formula. That $250 million was about 2007, 08. Just to give you some perspective. So with more money, trying to increase average salary, that certainly affected it, but the biggest lever was certainly TLC, and that $250 million that has continued to go.
Thank you.
Here's an odd question. So do we, as we look at the nation and you compare that to our state, do we have peer states that we also refer to from time to time that you think look more demographically alike than others?
I mean, we tend to, so yes, we tend to also do a lot of comparison to the Midwest, right? Who are we competing with in terms of the educator workforce, particularly around the borders? So Minnesota, Wisconsin, et cetera, Missouri, but certainly.
Okay.
Again, to sort of underscore the increase in a younger workforce, we've got the age distribution. So this is the number of educators. So this is based on the age in our employment files. This other one looks at age plus experience. So we can use that in order to project out Rule of 88. So age plus experience in which someone would be at the peak for retirement. So you can see here, roughly 25 years ago, the highest grouping was those that had 71 years of age plus experience. So somewhere within 15 years, 7.5 years of retirement, because we're adding both age plus experience in every year. And that has changed to being in this 41 to 50 range. So again, just this highlights that trending younger trend that we're seeing. Also wanted to touch on, and I kind of alluded to this a little bit earlier, in terms of the percentage of educators that we're retaining every year. So this is a year-to-year comparison. So we're looking at the educators in the 13-14 school year. Did they come back to be somewhere in our employment files the next year? Whoops, sorry, sensitive. And we've really kind of zoomed in to highlight some of the differences, but if we were to zoom this out, so we're, you know, on the y-axis, we've got 80 to 100, but if we made this 0, it would basically look like a flat line. You wouldn't. So while there are some differences and we are seeing a slight decline in the most recent years, it's, so you can see here, this is just over 94 percentage points to being just under 94 percentage points. So it all matters, but it's a pretty small percentage point. It's not even a percentage point. And you can see here, so this is retained somewhere in the field, so they could have been an educator that moved into an administrative role, principal or curriculum role, and this is those that are retained just as an educator year to year. So you can see the 10-year year-to-year trend is essentially flat. And it'll be interesting to see as the ESSER ARP money expires, what will the impact of those dollars, which was meant to create stabilization, to create stabilized funding, you know, how will that impact retention rates and overall workforce numbers? Now I'm going to switch over to just a few areas of performance data. This gives you, this is cohort data. So we're looking at a 4-year window for the class of 2009. So sort of following the cohort graduation rate, where we're looking across 4 years to determine if a student finished on time. We're using that same methodology to determine, are students taking key courses within Iowa schools, secondary schools, to be prepared for success, whether this wonderful campus within community colleges or the university system. So you can see here, this gives you about a 15-year trend. There is a pretty significant increase in the percentages of students that are taking key courses like Algebra 2 over that window. It allows you to do also a 10-year comparison. So just under 61% of students took Algebra 2 10 years ago, and that's just under 82% for the class of 2024. Again, the long-term trends are up for trig calculus, so that higher level math. They're flat year to year for chemistry, slightly up for physics, and when we look at the long-term trend for world language, it's about the same over that 15-year period. Concurrent enrollment. I think Vlad and Amy are going to get into more detail during their presentation, but these are the data that we have about concurrent enrollment opportunities. Again, we're looking at key courses, looking at college level course taking throughout high school. This is, unlike the last slide that I showed you, which is looking at 4 years, this is students 9 to 12 and just the sheer number of courses taken and sheer students that are in those courses. So you can see here about just over 10,000 more students are choosing to enroll in these opportunities. And over the decade, that increase in that 10,000 students is about 40,000 more course opportunities. So pretty significant growth in concurrent opportunities across this period.
Yeah. Jay or Vlad, do you remember when they loosened up the requirements for students to be eligible to take the concurrent enrollment classes? Back many years ago, it was you had to be either a junior, senior, or talented and gifted, and then it moved to anybody in high school can take it. Do you know about when that took place?
I don't recall, so I don't know, Vlad, if you do.
5 to 7 years ago approximately, and at that point, concurrent enrollment through agreements with districts prevailed for community colleges at least. PSEO option was removed with rare exceptions. And currently, it's not 100% that all high school students have this opportunity. It depends on the type of course. If it's a CTE course, it's indeed 100%, no barriers. If it's arts and science course, there is certain level of achievement in high school that they have to have before they can be enrolled.
So they have to be proficient, or there's another alternative measure that can be used locally to determine whether or not that student
Yeah,
is
I
eligible.
see, yeah. So that was about 5 years ago, it could be about, we're seeing that big uptick.
Yeah, we see a slight decline. I mean, that's a COVID effect as it continues to rebound and increase.
Is there a correlation between the concurrent enrollment increase and the students that are the percentage taking Algebra 2 and chemistry and physics, just because it may not have been offered or available at various times in their own district, or is that, you haven't drilled into that level?
We've not specifically looked at that. I mean, what we have looked at are students that look, so let's say math is a pretty, standard sequence, like Algebra 2, Algebra 1, geometry, Algebra 2, et cetera. So students that typically, and we've looked at this related to college enrollment and, preparedness beyond high school. So students that take a more robust, whether it's Algebra 1 in 8th grade, Algebra 2, et cetera, or they could even do it Algebra 1 in 9th grade. When a student takes that standard course sequence, the likelihood percentage that they're going to enroll in college increases significantly, or they're proficient on the state test.
Yeah, I get that. What I'm trying to figure out is, so one, there was also the STEM initiative that has been feeding this pipeline, right, from 2012, and, is there any, data to support those students that were involved in activities when they were in elementary, middle school, are now choosing and are better prepared to take those higher level math and science courses, and with the opportunity with concurrent enrollment that is now offered. I mean, there's probably multiple factors. When I saw this, I was like, oh, look, this is good news, and hopefully it's an outcome of the efforts that have gone into the awareness of STEM, the awareness of careers, and the opportunity then for students to be involved, not just in those activities, but seeing how their coursework aligns with that. I don't know.
Yeah.
Let's call it a win.
Okay.
Are there, can you break down the data into, to see, I guess, students like, Black African Americans, different minority groups, to see how they're enrolling in concurrent enrollment and how that's changed over the years?
Yeah, absolutely. And so that's actually one of the legislative reports beyond just condition of ed and the GAPS report. There's a senior year plus report where we're looking more specifically, so similar data, we're looking at snapshot data year to year, but we drill into gender differences in STEM enrollment, gender differences in concurrent enrollment, race differences. So yes, absolutely, and I can send that report It's publicly available on the DE website. That we do anyway.
Yeah, if you could send it, that'd be great. Thank you.
Good question.
Send it to all of us if you would, please.
So this last piece that I'm gonna get into, Director Snow covered a lot of this, but I'll just highlight a few additional pieces. So we're looking at the four-year grad rate. So we're looking at first-time freshmen 4 years ago, and did they complete on time? So an on-time four-year grad rate, Director Snow mentioned five-year rate. We are seeing, at the bottom gives you the percentage point change with, year to year and between 2019 and 2024, that 5-year window. So for the most part, we're seeing, again, that overall rebound to the same rates that we saw prior to the pandemic for the class of 2019 and compared to 2024. We are seeing a slight decline, as Director Snow mentioned, in grad rates for English learners. Many of the student groups are seeing an increase in students with disabilities, an increase for Black, African American, Hispanic, and Latino. So I think this is certainly good news. With that said, another thing that I just want to underscore is there's still sizable differences between student groups. So, with 73% of English learners graduating compared to 88.3% of all students. So we have a long way to go to, close the gap with many of these student groups. Although, with that said, it's still good news overall.
So obviously, there are some students who are EL and on free and reduced lunch.
Yeah, there's overlap, certainly.
Yeah. This may be getting too much into the weeds, but is there any correlation between students who may have one or more, if they're EL and free and reduced lunch, or have an IEP and on free and reduced, is there any
sort of compounding effect?
Yeah.
We have looked at that. We mainly looked at it related to poverty and race. Looking at the question, to what extent are there differences between race and poverty? And even when you sort of control for poverty, there are still sizable differences between those rates.
Okay.
The last thing is just touching on dropout rates. So while grad rate is a 4-year rate, dropout is an annual statistic. So we're looking at the percentage of students in any given year that don't enroll the next year. And these do tend to go together. So as grad rates increase, dropout rates tend to decrease. And that's what we saw here. So these are minuses, but minuses are good in this case. We want to see the dropout rate drop. This looks at a 10-year window as well as a year-to-year window. So overall, we're seeing a decline both for the past decade as well as year to year in terms of dropouts. We are seeing increases with certain student groups such as English learners are tending to drop out more. Certainly that's concerning. Free reduced price lunch at the same time is down. Students with disability is down. Overall, this is certainly good news, fewer dropouts, an increase in terms of, or at least the same percentage of students graduating over 4 years. With that said, there are still some areas of opportunity. So what supports do English learners need to not drop out and graduate? I know you've asked a lot of questions throughout. Any other questions that you might have?
So you mentioned earlier that we have more teachers teaching fewer students. What are your thoughts, or what's the department's thoughts on that statistic?
I think that's, I mean, certainly good news. More educators in the building, whatever their role is. So, with that teacher leadership system, the big idea there is that, that there are more supports within the school to support teachers that are teaching students. So having those multiple pathways could lead to higher retention. There's certainly been a number of studies more recently that has really looked at working conditions within a school as a key indicator in terms of feelings of belonging, feelings like they want to stay within the school. And while I don't have hard data on that, having a support system for educators within a building, within a district is critical in terms of the retention patterns. So it's not just funding, it's not just money, and certainly seeing the increases that we're seeing in overall salary is helpful, but what are the supports that keep someone connected to a school wanting to educate students is also critical. And I think having that, having more, supports within a school certainly is an indicator leading towards that.
With fewer students and apparently a similar number of teachers year to year, are we seeing changes in class size? Or are there more teachers supporting teachers at the same class size?
So we don't collect class size data. What we can look at is the student to teacher ratio. And so, obviously with the, same number of students roughly and more educators, you're seeing, differences in those ratios, but we don't have class size data to be able to examine that.
Are there any studies that indicate fewer students means better student performance per classroom?
There is research in that area. I think one anecdotal point has been ensuring that, especially with more flexibilities in TLC funds use, that highly effective teachers are connected to the classroom and that there's not unintended consequences of pulling highly effective teachers out of the classroom.
It seems like fewer students, similar number of teachers, more rigor in the classroom. Those are all really good things. I mean, I don't, assuming that the people that aren't in the classroom are just not chronically absent or something, I mean, if everybody's there and it's just fewer birth rate or they're going to non-public schools or something, that isn't bad for overall student achievement.
No, I think these are, when I started, while I've highlighted many areas of opportunities, there's also a lot of really good data that show the strengths of the system and things that we want to see, right? Low retention rates overall, relatively flat over the decade, increases in salary, and additional supports within the district and school to support educators in the classroom.
But I do see where you pointed out the numbers show the discrepancy between the various demographic groups. And that seems to be the big message, the challenge.
That is
to
certainly.
All ships need to rise.
Jay, I think I heard you say low retention rates, you mean high retention rates, low attrition rates.
Yes, thank you.
That's right.
So the $1 million question is, we have all this data, how do we use it?
I mean, I think we use it in a lot of different ways. Certainly evaluating the effects of the policy levers that have been passed, things that I've highlighted earlier about the increases in salary. Director Snow mentioned the Math Counts Act. So with the data we have, what will the effect of that system and those supports and screening do in terms of overall math rates. Whether that's the FAST assessment, percentages of students meeting benchmark. We've mainly reported on ELA. We'll have a lot of really good data in math to determine, what are the effects. And then I did mention the annual condition of ed report. So we're talking at the state level. The online version, again, allows you to compare a lot of this data locally to determine, are there other districts that are seeing, so I'm a district that's struggling in a particular area, are there other districts that I can work with that are seeing some better outcomes than my district, is another way that we can use the data.
Does the legislature have the benefit of a 45-minute discussion regarding the information that we've received, or do they just have an online version? And the second question would be, does the education committee conversely then have a 45-minute presentation? Because this is an interactive presentation, obviously has much more impact, right? And context and integrity than me reading the data that I read in preparation for this meeting.
So we provided, at the request of specific committees, presentations, one to the House Appropriations Committee that provided some high-level overview of data, and then a deep dive into our math data with the full Senate Education Committee, and talking through administrative actions to advance evidence-based math instruction, as well as the Math Counts Act. But that's generally a response to a request by those committees. But of course, we would welcome any opportunity to further discuss the robust data the department collects and presents transparently. Obviously, we've used this data to inform multiple policy decisions and state investments, especially around narrowing and closing achievement gaps experienced by student groups, and we continue to do so. I think the reason why you have these two presentations together, while it is going to be very content rich, is to showcase really the revisions to our condition of education report and our condition of community colleges reports, which have been historically incredibly text heavy and folks have reported difficult to navigate. So we have done significant refreshes of both of those reports, and one of the core roles and responsibilities of the agency is to provide transparent information about system inputs and student outcomes. So we're excited to engage in that rich conversation today with you.
I think it would be interesting to hear from superintendents how they use this data to inform decisions in their districts. And whether, I'm sure they're using this and that it's informing. I know that, Des Moines Public Schools, like I was mentioning before, is going through a complete overhaul because, of the declining population and the birth rates and things like that. And so they've really had to rethink education and reimagine and, figure out things and issues that were going on. So I would be really interested to hear from other superintendents on how this data, or just like how things are actually happening nationwide and in Iowa, are impacting their decisions moving forward, because things are changing. So
I think we can certainly speak to identified schools under a school accountability system that directly design their continuous school improvement efforts in partnership with the department based on the data that indicated their identification, especially around graduation rates or post-secondary readiness indicators, so college credit attainment, work-based learning experience attainment, industry recognized credential attainment, and then achievement and growth in ELA and math, achievement in science, and then growth among students who are English language learners are all very focused upon data points as they are the indicators in the accountability system.
My experience over the years is that most schools or school organizations are rich in data, not necessarily rich in application of the data. And I knew the answers to most of what you're going to say, but I just want to make the point is, it's one thing to collect it's another thing to use it and try to make an impact with it. Just to collect data is, okay, it's nice, but unless something is done with it, then it's, I guess, not meaningless, but not as effective as it should be.
And that has been a need communicated to the department, and is a core focus of our school improvement team and our special education regional continuous improvement teams, is to support districts in analyzing and making data-driven instructional decisions.
Well, I would hope that this data, I mean, I think that for, the presentation, I agree, Mary. I mean, I think the presentation really helps the data come alive, because for me, reading data like this, it's kind of like, okay. I mean, I think it's great that these reports are out there, but as a parent, I mean, how am I supposed to digest this if it's just on a website? And I think parents should be able to digest this. I think it's important information.
Again, we would welcome feedback on how to, we have endeavored to make this as transparent and consumable as possible, but we would always welcome feedback to ensure that it is accessible to all education stakeholders.
Maybe just like a webinar, or even just a video on a website explaining it and just going through just like this.
Thank you. That's good feedback.
Is there any data with regard to performance or teacher retention for the district size and student enrollment shift? I look at between 999 size enrollment category, there's a 30% drop in the number of students. But does that mean, what does that mean in terms of, our teachers, are students still achieving there? I mean, or not? Because that's gotta be rural kind of places. And the same with 1,000 to 2,500. That's where it seems to be the most students have decreased. And then the urban, is that the larger, I'm presuming?
Yes.
That's increasing. Do you track performance at those enrollment levels?
I mean, yeah, absolutely. We haven't specifically looked at enrollment size category, but certainly the performance data we have for every single district.
Well, maybe that's not even meaningful. It's more of a question for me, not a, go do this. Would it matter? I mean, is there any way to know?
If size of school has a correlation to overall achievement,
Yeah.
it is not a question that we have looked at, but that's part of the reason for this presentation, to pose new questions that we can try to shed light on with the data.
Maybe I'd also be interested in look at, if we have more teachers than we had, I guess, in the last decade, in the rural districts, where are those, because I feel like in the past we've had, we've done accreditation, it's been hard to find teachers, especially for certain subjects in rural areas. So if we have more teachers now, is that easier now, or does that still impact rural areas? I guess it's just, where are the more teachers? If that makes sense, I don't know if I'm asking that correctly.
Do you want to go back to that slide with the,
Which one?
it's the 4 lines, all different blues?
This one?
If you want to talk through, I think it's hard to see the differentiation if you just want to talk through those 3. That add up to the almost 38.
Yeah, so this represents, so Director Snow mentioned some of the changes that folks have in terms of expanded use of TLC dollars beyond just the TLC program. You can see a slight drop in the number of educators that are teacher leaders, but you're also seeing more sort of frontline educators. So this like darker blue line, I guess, is kind of going up. so these three bottom add up to the overall number. But I think to the question, I mean, you're gonna see the increases. So certainly districts that are seeing a decline are also going to see a decline in their educator workforce, right? Like over that period of time, and you're going to need more teachers in districts that are seeing increased enrollment. With that said, like even the districts that are seeing a decline likely have more teachers than they did a decade ago.
So I think what that indicates, and this was a part of the presentation Jay did, gosh, maybe last year, about the teacher pipeline. While we overall have more teachers, at least 1,650 of those teachers are not directly in the classroom. So and then that second line, that 8,104, have a dual role of being a teacher and a teacher leader.
Are we seeing enrollment trends in post-secondary and teacher education? Is it correlating to an increase in the teachers?
I
know
don't
we
know
have
what the
Co's
latest
report, and I
trends
think
are.
that went up a little bit for
Sorry,
people
will you
that
say
are,
that again?
people that are going into the teaching profession. Is that growing across our post-secondary institutions across the state?
So we'll actually have Miriam here later today. We did see an increase.
I did see it in Co.
Yes, we did
Okay.
see it across the board, an increase
Okay,
in enrollment in teacher prep programs, as well as multiple pathways to the teaching profession.
okay.
And just to add on to that, to go back to your point, Vice President Axiotis, those teacher leaders are obviously focused on instructional improvement and teacher mentorship and are supporting classrooms, but may not be responsible for a class.
So they're not like a teacher in a classroom, but they're supporting.
Yeah,
Maybe
so
like an
whether,
instructional coaches. They'll work with multiple teachers, or with multiple teachers, so that's mine.
So they are, of course, in the classroom. I just want to clarify that they're, of course, in the classroom and supporting the classroom, but may not have their own class. Thank you.
They don't always work directly with students, they work with the teaching staff.
Yeah,
depends.
they will.
Depends. I
Quite a
said
few of them
generally.
will model.
Yes,
They'll model
correct.
teachers.
That's correct.
I just have a thought, and I'm processing this a little bit, just thinking through the data here and thinking about concurrent enrollment and work-based learning and just how the trend has changed over the number of years. The relationship between K through 12 education and the community colleges has just gotten closer and closer and closer and closer. I'm just curious, and please know that I realize this is the condition of education report, but it feels like pieces of that relationship in this report should be elevated just to recognize the credentials that kids are coming out of their K through 12 education with, knowing that current generations are moving into the workforce much faster than previous generations from the past decade. That pathway is just changing, and I think there's an important acknowledgement to make here, not only of teacher workforce, but how quickly the students are moving into workforce and kind of measuring that as part of condition of education as well, because they're getting so much more of workforce education while they're in K through 12 now as well. So I know that those pieces are in here, but just kind of that work-based learning and elevating it in this piece of those kinds of credentials that the kids are walking out with. And it just strikes me as elevating how student population is going to change. And even though 2% doesn't seem significant, that will significantly impact workforce, because that's always a struggle in Iowa, and then skilled workforce. And you compound that with retirements on all of these pieces, that's going to get even more complicated. So I don't know that in thinking about these trends and reductions and all of those pieces, the education kids get to come out workforce ready is going to be become even more critical moving forward. So I don't know, just kind of thinking out loud and being able to make those connections here. I know it may be duplicative reporting, but I just don't know that people that will make those, see both reports. You know, you may not look at the community college report because your child may be here at this moment, so.
Yeah, it's almost a combo, as we talked about, sort of that education continuum. It's not, it doesn't, you know, K-12 now is K-14
Right.
maybe, or almost K-20. And how do you see that whole combined picture?
Jay, can you go to the concurrent enrollment slide?
Sure.
I mean, you look at just 10 years ago, I mean, you have 40,000 more students today than you did just 10 years ago in concurrent enrollment.
10,000.
Yep, course taking.
Courses, well,
Yep, a lot
still
of courses.
40,000 more courses taken just 10 years ago. And to me, that just should be elevated in the data so people make the connection how important the role community colleges are playing in even K through 12 education at this point, so.
Yeah, no, you bring up a good point. I mean, so if we were to sort of add apprenticeship opportunities working with IWD, if we were to add IRCs and work-based learning, and certainly those numbers and percentages are smaller, but they've got to start somewhere, right?
Right.
And so overall, you know, what are the opportunities kids are getting while in high school to be prepared, whatever path they choose?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And I just want to emphasize, I mean, it's a direct impact on workforce as these kids are entering the workforce sooner or decreasing the amount of time it takes for them to impact Iowa's workforce. And that impacts funding in so many different ways, or potential for funding decisions and investment decisions that the legislature will be considering in the future. And they may not see it through the education portal the way that they need to if they don't connect it here, so.
Good insight.
Yeah, it would be nice to know.
Go ahead.
It would be nice to know, I agree with that, I think that it would be really helpful to see kind of, not just the course, you know, like, oh, they took this many courses, but what, you know, what are they taking, maybe what, like, did they earn a semester of college credit, maybe it's already, you know, like, yeah.
It's gonna be in our next
Okay.
agenda item.
Because I think that'd be really, I mean, because, you know, you might have someone who took like a year of RN and then they graduate and then they take another year and then they can go to workforce, or they might just go at 18 and start working as a CNA, because they're already done, which is great.
All right, thank you, Jay.
Yeah, thank you.
We're
Thanks,
gonna,
Jay.
yep,
Appreciate it.
we're gonna take a 10-minute break. It's 10:43.
Do we need to do anything with that?
We'll reconvene. Item 6 is the annual condition of community colleges report. Welcome.
Thank you. Well, good morning, everyone. It's really good to be here. My name is Amy Giske, and I have the honor of serving as the Bureau Chief for our Bureau of Community Colleges. With me today is my incredible colleague, Administrative Consultant Vlad Bassis. Vlad heads up our data team and is responsible, he and his team, for much of the work you'll see today. I'm so very grateful that Vlad could be here as well. I wanted to first just say how thrilled we were that the board got to spend a couple of days at Kirkwood, I really feel like one of our state's richest resources, our community colleges. I think as you saw and during the tour, we are just really blessed to have resources like Kirkwood in the state. So I just also wanted to say thank you to the Kirkwood staff and faculty who spent so much time to give us a real thorough tour. Today, Vlad and I are here to talk about not just Kirkwood, but about the state's complete comprehensive system of 15 community colleges. Specifically, we'll be providing an overview of data found in our annual Condition of Community Colleges report, highlighting data from the fall 2023, spring 2024 academic year. As Jay said, we hope these data presentations can be as interactive as possible, so I have put some time in throughout for questions, but please interrupt at any time with any questions that you have. Those of you who are familiar with our annual report will notice that it's pretty significantly different this year in design. So first I'm going to review some of the changes that we made and why, and then we'll dive into the data. Since 1998, the Condition Report has been our flagship report with comprehensive information about Iowa's largest system of higher education. The report's intent is to provide clear and objective data about Iowa's community colleges for policymakers, governing bodies, and stakeholders. Data in the report is primarily drawn from our Community College Management Information System, which is administered by Vlad's team in our bureau, but it also draws on other data sources as well. The condition report contains the full breadth of what community colleges do. It includes enrollment, credit, non-credit program information, student demographics, joint enrollment, online education, adult education and literacy, and then outcomes data as well, student success outcomes, institutional performance, tuition and fees, financial aid, human resources. So we really do intend it to be a comprehensive report. Preparing meaningful data for our stakeholders is one of the primary functions of our bureau. As such, we continuously refine and improve our data products to ensure they are relevant and actionable for stakeholders. Generally, those changes happen incrementally, but this year you'll notice significant changes, so just want to spend a minute on what we changed and why. First, since the report's inception, it has been a narrative PDF report, generally quite long because there's a lot of data to cover. For the first time this year, we've transitioned to a data visualization dashboard. The condition report has also historically provided year-over-year data, so that AY24 report would review changes since AY23. With our move to a data dashboard, we're able to provide multi-year trend data, which paints a much richer, fuller context around the data. The condition report has also historically focused on statewide data only. Another benefit of moving to a dashboard is that we can now include filtering options that allow you to look at both the statewide data and institutional level data. We think this provides more actionable information for our institutional stakeholders. In fact, recently I've already used it multiple times when working with specific institutions to pull up data specific to them. So I'm already finding much more usability with this structure of the report. And then finally, from an efficiency standpoint, the old condition report required a great deal of manual effort from nearly every staff in our bureau, in addition to our communications team. But Vlad and his team have been incredibly busy automating as many of the data tables as possible in the development of the new dashboard. So the initial work of this year has been pretty extensive, but moving forward, the process is going to be significantly less manual and time consuming. For example, data tables that used to take weeks to prepare and compile will now take less than a day to compile. So just another kudos to Vlad and his team for their work in automating that, creating a number of efficiencies. In your board packet, you have a printout of the Tableau dashboard report. We have very intentionally designed the dashboard so that they are still easily printable. So many of our key stakeholders prefer print paper for various meetings and various situations. So we did design it so it could be easily printed for those purposes. While your printout shows much of the data, there's much more data to be accessed via the entire interactive dashboard. And that can be found via the department website as well as via our iowastudentOutcomes.com website. I think many of you have heard of that website. This is where we are trying to link as much data as possible for usability. We want people to find things easily in one place. So from the Iowa Student Outcomes site, under Iowa Community Colleges, you can find this new condition report. And to ensure you're able to use the site moving forward, I did want to provide a brief overview of the site's navigation, because I would like this to be a tool for you all to use. The first tab of the report, marked with the yellow arrow here, is the introduction page. This is where you land when you click on the hyperlink, and it provides an overview of the report as well as directions for navigating. In the upper right-hand corner, where I've circled with the yellow, you can see this is where you'll select the current reporting year. So current reporting year is AY24, but the team has loaded back to 2019. So you can get 2019 through 2024 condition reports all in one place. Okay, next you'll see that we have 3 executive summary tabs across the top of the page. This is where each section of the old condition report can be accessed, along with high-level executive summary bullets shown in the yellow box. We'll look at the detail of that later. Now I just wanted to point out that each section of the report contains these high-level executive summary bullets. It was important to us to not simply take someone to a data dashboard and kind of dump them there and expect them to figure it out, but we wanted to provide some level of analysis. So we feel like this executive summary bullet strikes a nice balance between the long narrative chapters that folks weren't reading historically, but still allows for some level of analysis from the department to help the reader along. As you know, as educators, we try to present information in multiple formats so it's more easily accessible. So that is one way we have attempted to do that through this new report format. On the executive summary tabs, you'll see that each section can be clicked on to reveal a full data dashboard for that section. This screenshot shows you sections for programs and credit enrollment. If I click on credit enrollment, it will go to that more detailed dashboard. And the full dashboard can't fit on a PowerPoint, but I just wanted to show you how it's divided. This is the top and bottom of the dashboard. Each traditional chapter of the condition report now has its own dashboard. If you look at the yellow circle across the top of the page, this is the drop-down menu where you can sort by college, or you can select state to see statewide data. And then at the bottom of the dashboard, you'll find trend data for all years that we've uploaded. So it's 6 years worth of data right now. Again, I don't expect you to read that right now, but just know that you can sort and get trend line data since 2019. And then at the very bottom of the dashboard, this is where users can download the full Excel data files if they want to further manipulate the data. We do find that a lot of our college, especially IR staff, executive leadership, want the raw data themselves so they can dig into it. So we were sure to maintain that functionality of the site. Okay, finally, after the executive summary tabs, you'll see a tab titled More Information. This is where you can find explanations for acronyms used throughout the site. To get all of the data to fit, we did have to use acronyms, and those can be confusing, so we've outlined what all of those acronyms stand for on the More Information tab. You can also find data definitions. Toward the middle of the page, in the yellow box, there are directions for how to print the site. As we said, that's something that we frequently get asked about, so we've included that in the More Information tab. And then at the bottom of the page, we are linking to our other tableaus. We have created tableaus over the years for various programmatic areas, like joint enrollment is a very important area to us. So we have a deeper joint enrollment tableau that we've linked here so that this site can really be a one-stop shop for data. So that's where you'll find some additional data dashboards. So before moving into the data, is there anything I can answer about the changes that we've made or navigating the site?
What great work.
Yeah.
That is just outstanding. I know I'm sure it's taken you an enormous amount of time and effort, but what a great outcome. Thank you for doing that.
Amy, just before you proceed, can you also talk about how this was developed in coordination with the community college presidents and leadership teams and that consultation process?
Absolutely. Especially the community college profiles, which are a bit like a college scorecard and has outcomes data. We vet that with the presidents, kind of the more important the data element, the more we will vet it with various groups. Vlad worked very closely with the IR team at the colleges on everything related to data, because it's really the partnership that makes this possible. If we don't have consistent data definitions that the colleges agree to follow, then the data will not be clean and it's meaningless. And we rely on them to import the data timely, to answer Vlad's questions when something's not making sense. So it has to be a very well coordinated and collaborative effort with the colleges to the benefit of the system. Yeah, can you do that there? All right, so now we can move into the most recent data. And as I said, it's academic year 24, which is fall 23, spring 24. And we'll start with credit student enrollment and credit hours. In academic year 24, Iowa's community colleges enrolled over 119,000 credit students. This is a slight uptick, 1.8% over the previous year, but we know that credit enrollment has annually declined an average of 1.6% over the past 5 years. The orange trend line in the right-hand corner shows us that prior to the pandemic in 2019, our community colleges were enrolling over 128,000 students. So peak COVID, we saw that number drop as low as 116,000 and then slowly start to recover. So while we've seen a slight uptick, we are still not yet to pre-pandemic levels. A very similar trend with credit hours, reporting 1.7 million in 2019. And then that number remains still below 1.6 million. So again, still not yet recovered there. We do appear to have turned a corner. We're starting to uptick with credit hours up 2.7% this year over last year.
Amy, do you know how many of those credit hours are attributed to high school students taking college classes?
Yeah, students is 48%, credit hours is around 30%. we'll have a slide on that.
Okay.
Of total credit hours, it's about 30% high school of concurrent enrollment.
And yes, you're right, for the past 3 years, there was a significant jump in intensity of taking courses by concurrent enrollment students, so that contributed greatly to the total number.
Do they forecast getting back to the pre-pandemic levels in the future, or?
That's a really good question. I think community college enrollment is very much driven by the economy. So I think as the economy shifts, we might see that does return.
Do you think that there's going to be any impact as you see more and more school districts, especially in the urban areas, creating their own? I would liken it to a CTE program and doing more programs like that. Do you think that will have a negative impact?
Yes, a number of our districts do offer just the high school CTE programs, but wherever possible, we try to do it through concurrent enrollment in case they end up moving on to a post-secondary pathway. We'll help them on that pathway as well.
We don't see it as competition.
Okay, good.
For community colleges, rather a ladder, a step to
Okay.
further education in community college.
I appreciate that comment. I get a little bristly when I see schools building new buildings to accommodate career tech ed programs that are already offered in our community colleges.
That's okay, but
Okay.
simultaneously, we also see a dramatic increase in short-term awards among concurrent enrollment students who are still in high school. Truly dramatic, like doubled within the last 3 years.
The hope is that they're
Thank you.
coordinating, and not offering the same program.
Yes.
So we hope the regional planning partnerships can help with that coordination, like we'll take the CTE program if you want to do that. So, ideally they're really working in a coordinated fashion. Yeah. With this enrollment situation, it's probably not likely surprising to you all that enrollment management and growth is a key strategic priority for most of our colleges. So just speaking to the relevancy of this data and what colleges are doing with it, a number of our colleges are looking at sports programs, adjusting their curriculum to better meet working adult and scheduling needs, building more intentional pathways with those high school students so that they're more likely to come into the community college. So enrollment growth is a key strategy for most of our college and something that we're tracking to hopefully help these numbers increase. We're looking at credit student demographics. We see that data mostly held steady compared to the previous years. With gender, we see a split of 56.5% female, 43.5% male. That's very consistent with ratios over the past 20 years. And I think that's important to watch because we know that nationally, post-secondary education numbers among males is declining. But at least in Iowa's community colleges, that number is holding mostly steady. But given the national trends, it is something we're watching closely. When looking at race and ethnicity, we see that students identifying as white comprise 69% of the population, Hispanic 10%, Black 7%, Asian 3%, and 2 or more races 3%. We do continue to see each year record-breaking numbers of students identifying as race other than white. At 25.6 was the percentage this year.
So Amy, the one that jumped off the page for me was the under 18 at 38%. Is
Yes.
that,
Under 18.
is that
Do you-
holding
Correct.
consistent or is that increasing or?
Oh, that's a good question, year over year. I would think that's probably relatively consistent. Because our median age has stayed consistent at 18. That's been the median age pretty regularly since our concurrent enrollment numbers have been so high. But yeah, that's a large percentage under the age of 18.
How old are you, Michael?
17.
There you go.
See me in that bucket. All right, this next slide shows more detailed information on our credit programs by program type. 5-year trend data shows declines in both developmental education as well as declines in our general Associate of Arts, Associate of Science degrees. And these declines are largely due to intentional programmatic shifts at both the state and local level. For example, with developmental education, these are those developmental math and writing courses that offer 0 credit. Research shows that that model is not very good for student retention. If a student is in a 0 credit course, they don't feel like they're making progress toward their degree. So colleges are instead shifting to what's called the co-requisite model, they're placed in the college level math, but then required to either take an additional 1 credit lab to supplement that course. They're given wraparound services so that they can successfully pass the credit math class. That's found to be much more productive and successful at retaining students. So that drop in developmental education is something that we're happy to see. And then when it comes to the general AAAS degrees, this is largely due to the bringing on of the transfer majors in 2019. So research also tells us that a student does much better if they are on a specific pathway versus a general degree. And even if they change their mind about what pathway they want to be on, they'll do better if they have a specific pathway. So we are seeing students move from the general AA degree to transfer majors. And again, I think that is well supported by the research as a good change to increase retention of our students. The data also shows increases in joint enrollment and online, which we'll talk about more in a minute. In the last 2 rows of the table, you can see that nearly 90% of Iowa's community college students are Iowa residents, as you might expect. Just under 20% are considered full-time status, which you might not expect. That's pretty low, 20%. That's driven largely by our high concurrent enrollment participation. But it does have implications for practice as colleges consider how to design their programs for a more part-time audience. So those are numbers that we look at closely. Data shows us that our top 3 programs on the credit side are health sciences, with over 9,500 credits enrolled, business management and administration, with nearly 4,700 students enrolled, and then law, public safety, and security is number 3, with over 3,200 students enrolled. Just to give you a sense of the flavor of our credit programs by type. And then in academic year 24, our colleges collectively issued a record high 19,679 degrees, diplomas, and certificates. So those are what we call awards, different types of awards issued by the college to over 16,700 students. A relevant data point here is the 12.1% increase in the smaller award types like certificates and diplomas. We've seen that number break records over recent years. So what this tells us is that students are seeking smaller credentials, often to get into the workforce more quickly. This trend has a number of important implications for practice. It's creating momentum around this idea of stackable credentials, which essentially just means that curriculum is designed in such a way that perhaps 2 certificates can combine together into a diploma, and then maybe that student can add a 3rd certificate to get the full associate's degree. It's a smart model because it allows students to stop out and still have a credential of meaning for the marketplace, versus leaving with some credits, no associate, no degree, no credential of any kind. And then it allows students to leave and come back more readily, which we know life happens and that they do need to sometimes leave and come back. So this stackability of credits, I think, is a good trend, and we're seeing more and more credentials earned because of it. Okay, any other questions around credit enrollment, demographic, or programs?
Our tour yesterday, there were a few programs where they had to cap the number of students because they had more demand. Wasn't all of them, but it seemed like it was
Yeah,
quite a
it
few
did
of
seem
them.
like a few. And that's something that always perks up, I always perk up when I hear that, because you hate to see excess demand and an inability to serve. It sounds like it's largely based on clinical, either faculty or clinical placements. So it's not, we don't track wait lists at the state, but it's something that we might want to consider tracking. Because it's odd, in some cases enrollment is down, but in key programs, we actually see wait lists. Where they could, I think aviation had one, surge tech, the dental assisting, yeah. All right, then we will move on to online. When looking at online enrollment, we see this year that over 72,000 students were enrolled in at least one credit course. This is a 4.4% increase over the previous year, and a 5-year annual change of 0.8%. And this data point is not on the slide, but I can tell you that 60% of our credit students are enrolled in at least one online course. So online is not something that just a small group of students are doing. Really, the majority of students are taking some online courses. When you look at the orange 6-year trend line data, we see an uptick in both student enrollment and credit hours during the early years of the pandemic, of course, as to be expected. But interestingly, those online enrollments have not really leveled off post-pandemic, so we are still significantly above pre-pandemic levels for both online students and credit hours. This year, we're reporting 72,000 online students compared to just over 62,000 in 2019, and just over 603,000 online credit hours compared to nearly 447. So significant growth there that seems to be sustaining despite, the pandemic being over. And that suggests a number of important considerations for the student experience as well. Anecdotally, I can tell you, we were just at the Eastern Iowa Community College accreditation visit, and students brought this up actually a number of times in our student panel. This sometimes conflicting balance between the benefit and efficiency and ease of technology, but how they feel like it's negatively impacting the student experience. There's fewer people on campus, fewer people engaging in student activities. So even the students in the room, which were a lot of the students that were, very actively engaged on campus, they value the ease of technology, but also felt like, this is kind of changing our campus experience a bit. So watching where online goes, in my experience with online, students prefer to come face-to-face, but their life is so busy, so they end up registering online. So I could see this trend continuing, and we just have to think about how to create that same level of community in the online space, because it's very important. The sense of community is directly tied to how well they retain at the institution, so it is very important. So just something to keep in mind for policymakers.
I think it's also important to note with online too, just mental health and the potential for isolation with students too.
And workforce skills they mentioned, if you're not forced to deal with humans in person, you might not have those skills when you go out into the workforce. So it was good that students were self-identifying that as an issue. Okay, so joint enrollment. So joint enrollment are those courses taken by our high school students for both college and high school credit. Joint enrollment is the big umbrella that often referred to as senior year plus. So it includes tuition-paying students, our post-secondary enrollment option courses that they take, but the vast majority, 98% of it, is the concurrent enrollment courses that are contracted between the district and the college. So that's really what the data you're seeing here is those concurrent enrollment courses. In total, our joint enrollment students comprised 45.8% of all headcount enrollment. This is a record high. At two colleges, NICC and DMAC, so that's Northeast Iowa and Des Moines area, joint enrollment students were over 50% of total headcount enrollment. 11 colleges had joint enrollment over 40% of headcount. So that is significant. Since our students tend to enroll, the joint enrollment students tend to enroll at a part-time rate, we see less of an impact on credit hours. So that is nearly 31% statewide, which we mentioned earlier, of total credit hours on the credit side being joint enrollment. When looking at the orange trend line data, we see that during the past year, over 54,000 high school students enrolled in courses, up from 52,000 last year. And these students earned over 488,000 credit hours, which is up from 425 in 2019. So again, this trend raises important questions for our institutional leaders and state leaders. As participation continues to climb, how do we ensure the model is sustainable? How do we measure success of joint enrollment? At the state level, I can tell you we're thinking about how we ensure all students have equal opportunity to joint enrollment. We're also thinking about how we can promote intentional advising of joint enrollment so that this large number of percentage of course taking is really strategic, getting students on a specific pathway or letting them explore pathways versus a student kind of on their own choosing random courses. That's less intentional and less helpful for the student. So I would say that's one of our key priorities is working toward more intentional enrollment and planning around joint enrollment. Because we want to know that this is reducing time to degree and reducing cost. That's really the point of joint enrollment for high school students, is that it's doing those things. So those are the kind of things that we consider when we look at this data. And then at the institutional levels, both at the community colleges and the districts, as this grows, I can tell you financial aspects of concurrent enrollment is becoming increasingly important and an increasing topic of conversation because it's expensive. Even though it's funded partially by the state, I would tell you both entities feel like they're losing money through the joint enrollment enterprise. So that's a large topic of conversation.
So question, when you talked about access, does this data include or will it include non-publics and those relationships with the community college versus?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
just
a
as
very
we're
good
seeing
question.
some of those trends change, how does that impact the joint enrollment?
Flag, so non-credit, so non-public students have a couple of ways to access concurrent enrollment. They can do it through their public school, so I would just have to see if they're flagged. They can also set up their own contracts with the community colleges. We have a separate pot of money where the non-pub can set up contracted course with the college directly. It's about $1 million, so we're just starting to get more and more interest in that separate program. Otherwise, they have to access through the public school. And then I don't know if they're flagged as being a non-pub participating through the public school.
They can be.
Yeah.
They can be, because we have the school of origin.
Okay, but our current reporting might not pull that out.
We did not concentrate on
Yeah.
that just yet.
Yeah, because it's just getting kind of ramping up
We
and all.
are getting
so that's-
questions from public districts about that.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's interesting. So a student at a charter school that's within a public district, where does their funding for the joint enrollment come from? I mean, how is that? Is that the right way to ask that question? Do you know? Don't ask it. Okay.
So I can answer this
Yeah.
actually, Jay.
Okay.
So, hello. So this is actually where the strength of having these two systems connected. So yes, the funding for the charters, so it's resident district, however, the funding for concurrent would go to the charter school directly.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think so.
And on the non-public end, we can work together, because certainly we know the students that are accessing it through the public district at least,
Yeah.
those concurrent opportunities.
Yeah, you just have like more connection points to map now, so, okay, interesting, thank you.
And for the non-public student, the money just goes to the public, because they're accessing through the public.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, just doing some quick CAS math here. We had 483,699 students in the public school system, K through 12. And so 11%, if we go using the 54,654 number, so 11% of K through 12 students are jointly enrolled. I think it would be great if we put the percentage on here of what that equals.
I would suggest you high school.
Yeah,
high
the 9
school,
through 12.
high school
Yeah.
college.
Yeah.
And do you guys have the breakdown of minority groups that are enrolled?
Yes, yep. And we have it compared to the population, so we can see if they're under or overrepresented, sort of as compared to the regular population. Our joint enrollment report has that broken out deep, at a deep level.
There is some tension at the local school district levels as far as, I'm not saying it's bad tension, it's there as far as when does a student take a college class as compared to taking the class at the high school. And there's been a push by, I won't say it's significant, but there is some tension as far as parents wanting their kids to take the course at the college rather than to take the course at the high school.
Yeah.
And so there's that ongoing little tension.
I mean, also, because I know that these, they would find out about these opportunities at the school level, but, just making sure that people are finding out about these opportunities, because I talked to people who are like, I didn't even know that was an option. It's like, really? Why are you
Varies
doing this?
greatly.
And they were like, what?
Schools are obligated to promote or to advise and let students and families know of this option. That's required. Some may do a better job than others.
Exactly. Well, and you might tell a student, but there's a student taking it home, and like if the parent doesn't know about it, then the student might just be like, I'm not doing that, But the parent might want them to do it,
Right.
We are trying to use our CCTC, so those college career transition counselor positions, to help with that a bit. Because there is an element of, if you've never navigated the higher ed world before, it can be tricky and difficult, so need a little bit of additional support. Absolutely. Okay, and I think we can move next to non-credit, student enrollment and contact hours. So non-credit programs are those programs offered by the college that do not offer academic credit. These programs are often designed to be short-term and focused on specific skills needed in the local workforce, helping individuals enter or advance in their career sometimes more quickly than they could through the credit side. And while they don't offer academic credit, they offer significant value and benefit to students, businesses, and the community. So I'd also like to mention that we're doing a great deal of work with the colleges to better braid the non-credit to credit side of the house. because if a student does complete a non-credit program but has comparable learning, they should be allowed to use that learning toward credit on the credit side. So although it's non-credit, because that may be what the individual wants in the moment, we are working to create pathways so that they could turn it into credit, should they choose to do so. Some examples of non-credit programs, just to give you a sense of what they tend to be, include CNA, so the Certified Nursing Assistant, CDL, Commercial Driver License, Industrial Maintenance, EMT, Emergency Medical Technician, QuickBooks. So there are a number of programs, but those are some of the more popular. In this area, we see that student enrollment was down 4.7% compared to last year, but that students enrolled in 8% more contact hours. When looking at the orange trendline data, we see that like the credit side of the house, while we've seen recent upticks, non-credit programs are also yet to return to pre-pandemic levels. Compared to over 195,000 students served in 2019, we are at just over 150,000 served this past year. And then contact hours have mostly been increasing in recent years, but again, yet to hit that 2019 level. And in academic year 24, we were at just over 5.4 million. You'll see similar themes in the top programs, with health sciences and business administration topping the list. A field that we did not see on the credit side, but we do see on the non-credit side, is transportation, distribution, and logistics. That's likely driven largely by the CDL training, which is often on the non-credit side at most of our colleges. Beneath the non-credit umbrella, you find adult education and literacy programs. These programs support adults in earning their high school equivalency diploma and support our English language learner population. These programs are extremely valuable, important programs, and a core mission of the Iowa Community Colleges. In academic year 24, we see that enrollment was up 12.5%, and Iowa colleges serve over 15,000 and over 2 million contact hours in this area. When looking at the orange trendline data, we see that while again, we're not yet at pre-pandemic levels, the adult education and literacy enrollments have had among the best recovery compared to some of the other types. They are much closer to the 2019 levels than we see in other areas. Students enrollment was at over 16,500 students in 2019, and now we're nearing that number again at 15,400 students. And just again, these programs are really essential for Iowa as they're transformative for the students that are enrolled in them and their students' families. And the programming in the adult education and literacy space is working more intentionally to connect just the general skill sets they're developing with career pathways. So they're very important workforce engines because they're getting students the skills they need and to get their high school diploma, but also specific skill set that will get them right into a job. And then finally, in the non-credit space, a quick look at our industry recognized credentials. This is a priority for the department, so we wanted to highlight this. In 2019, these programs were offering nearly, the non-credit programs were offering nearly 34,000 IRCs compared to today where we're at closer to 42,000. So we are seeing growth. Top IRC programs, again, mostly in the health sciences, with over 27,000 students earning over 30,000 credentials. Nearly 4,000 students earn just over 4,000 credentials in that transportation, distribution, and logistics area. And then in government and public administration, 1,000 students are earning over 1,300 credentials. Any questions on adult ed or IRC? Okay. So next we get to talk about one of my favorite data points, which is student success outcomes. This data is among the most important that we analyze because it tells us if we're getting students to the finish line and achieving their academic and professional goals, which is one of our most important priorities. This slide shows the 3-year graduation, transfer, and success rates for the fall 2020 cohort. Graduation is, of course, those students completing their program. Transfer refers to those students transferring to a 4-year institution. And then success rate includes those students who have either graduated or transferred or both, so it's a combination. Students who have both graduated and transferred are only counted once in the success rate, so that number won't necessarily add up. So transfer and completion don't necessarily add up to success because success is one, the other, or both. But the percentage of successful includes all students from the fall 2020 cohort who graduated or transferred within the 3 years, just so that that is clear. When looking at the academic year 24 numbers compared to last year, we see that rates are mostly even. Graduation rate is down slightly by 0.4%, transfer rate is up slightly at 0.4%, and success rate is flat. But this is where the trend line data is so important, because if you look at the 6-year trend data, it paints a very different picture, showing significant growth over the last 6 years. Since 2019, graduation rates have jumped from 37% to 44%, transfer rates from 17 to nearly 28, and success rates from 42% to over 55. So those who work in higher ed can tell you that these numbers are very difficult to move. Our students have a lot of variables in their lives that impact their ability to be successful. Family, finance, housing, mental health. So institutions have, only a few levers that they can pull to influence these numbers. So there's been significant effort in recent years to influence these numbers. One has been our guided pathways reform efforts. So we've talked about guided pathways, but this is a national reform effort that is focused on developing clear pathways, getting students on the pathway, keeping them there, and then ensuring they're learning so that they can take that learning out into the field. And it impacts all areas of the college. And that has been over the past 4 or 5 years. So I think we're seeing some of the success of that effort. And then we have a number of wraparound services that help with these numbers. A state program that helps with it is the PACE program. This is funding that allows for wraparound services. Often for a community college, it's a small thing like their car breaking down or not being able to make rent that month can be devastating for their academic progress. So these funds help kind of wrap around the student and get them whatever it is that they need to take that next step. And then if you go to the college level, you'll see early alert teams, food banks, all array of clubs and activities that help students develop a sense of belonging. So just a number of strategies that have been employed in recent years to move these numbers. And I think the colleges are to be applauded for their efforts in moving these numbers.
Amy or Vlad, do we have any comparisons as far as regional or national with similar types of numbers?
I have next slide for you. So benchmarking is essential because you just really don't know, is this typical without benchmarking? So this next slide shows some of that national benchmarking. This is provided through our college profile data. We developed these college profiles within the last couple of years. And it draws from data from the Voluntary Framework for Accountability, which is called the VFA. It's designed through the American Association for Community Colleges. So that is where the national data is coming from. This slide highlights the 3 key outcomes measures: completion, transfer, and success, which we defined on the last slide, for 2 cohorts. So it looks at those outcomes at 2 years out and 6 years out. So the orange bar represents the state average, and then the black hash marks are the national average. So we see that Iowa leads the nation on every metric for both 2 and 6-year performance rates. For the 2-year success rate, so that's the 3rd bar down, Iowa is at a 48% success rate compared to the 33.6% national rate, which is that black hash mark. And then when we look at 6-year success rate, the very bottom bar, we see that the success rate changes to a 59% rate for Iowa compared to 53% nationally. So we lead even more at the 2-year level, but we are still leading the nation, 59 compared to 53 at 6-year success rates.
What goes into the 6-year? Are they on the job at that time, or how is that determined?
Yes, of course, many things changed for a community college student within 6 years. They may graduate faster, but long-term framework of accountability tried to make a holistic picture, measuring them at a due time for graduation, which is 2 years, as well as giving more time to part-time students to graduate and then measuring them at 6-year barrier.
Amy, I know that we're over time, but could you just briefly talk about the transition to the piloting that for Twin Flat and National?
Yes, absolutely. So VFA is going away as just a product that AACC offers. So this past year, we have worked very closely with them to explore all the other national benchmarking options and have worked with the colleges to bring on a couple of new options for next year. the National Community College Benchmarking Project, as well as Richmond Fed. So we'll be reworking the profile reports once we have those new benchmarking tools in place, but you can see how important it is to have some type of national benchmarking. And then it is this type of data that we will require colleges to use during their strategic planning. That's a change that we made as part of our accreditation changes this year. Because to the point, what happens with the data? Is it just data, or is it, are people using it to inform planning? So we will require that the data be used during institutional strategic planning, and we will check on how it is used and what changes occurred through accreditation. So I think that's a really helpful next step.
And again, Chief Giske worked with community college presidents and their leadership teams in determining that we would pilot 2 systems, and we'll continue to work so in the implementation and feedback of that.
I have a question. So it says here, so they were successful, so about, after 2 years, about 47%. So I guess, and then after 6 years, it's higher, but what about the unsuccessful? I mean, that's a huge percentage that's unsuccessful.
Yes. And I would say, certainly more than, which is why it's so important. We have many strategies to move that number. Community college is always going to see probably lower outcomes measures than compared to four-year institutions because of the population we serve. They are higher need students. They're more likely to come and go. It's just kind of the nature of the business of community colleges, but we can do better than where we are at. So it's just constantly pushing that number.
And I mean, I guess how you determine success is different, right? But I mean, for those unsuccessful candidates, I mean, they have maybe debt and things like that. So how are there wraparound services for them? What's going on with them? I would love to see that.
Strategies there to bring back students with some credit, no degree. There's a number of intentional strategies there because we know who those students are. Let's go out and encourage them to return when they're able, when their life shifts. Community colleges are more likely to have students who just want one course. They just come for a specific skill set. So that's kind of another reason that it's lower, but yes, there need to be strategies to help all students get to an outcome.
And I would say maybe more flexibility, because I have a personal story where that impacts that, and I reached out to the community college on behalf of my husband, because he finished a year of nursing school and couldn't complete the second year, and then they changed their, which is fine, I mean, so they changed it to say that, if you completed another year, then if you complete, so it used to be 10 years ago, if you do a year, you could sit for the LPN test, and then if you complete the second year, you could do the RN, but then they changed it to say there were 2 different pathways, which is fine, so he started in the pathway for RN, he completed a year, so then I reached back out and I was like, hey, my husband completed a year, he couldn't finish the second year because I got pregnant with our second child and it was just too much for us. Could he's finished a year, could he, go back, take a course or whatever and sit for the LPN? And the answer was no. So I would like to see more flexibility, just because, I mean, now he has a year and he can't do anything with it. But I mean, you need RNs, you need LPNs, so these are things I just do not understand. So again, for those unsuccessful candidates, what's been going for them?
I think there's a good point that you're making, Brooke, sorry, Glenn, in that when you look at how success is defined in terms of college performance, it's a very finite definition, but success for what the student needed is very, very broad. And so they may have achieved success in what they needed in order, they may have taken the class they needed to get the job they wanted, which was how they measured success, but it doesn't meet the finite success of how college performance is measured on this chart. And that's kind of what we've always struggled with outcomes data is if success may not fit into this particular box.
I will tell you that NCCBP that we're looking at defines success more broadly, so more students get captured. So that'll be interesting to look at next year. It'll be a little bit higher because they have more things defined as successful.
We do conduct continuous research on the pathways of the leavers. And we try to provide feedback back to the colleges, say, hey, you have a student who only lacks 3 credits to get an associate degree. Perhaps we can reach the student and encourage that this is a very short time period to actually get graduated. And we also show data that shows that graduation does pay continuously. Out there, we work with national organizations like CompTIA for certification of IT professionals out there to show their data, to show how well it works having both a degree and a certification from a competent organization.
Just the final point, to the questions around outcomes and supports for continuous improvement on outcomes that are identified. That is why it's been so critical that the State Board of Education incorporated outcomes into the accreditation process through its rules earlier this year. And we look forward to continuing to support that implementation as directed by the board.
I know we're at time, so the last few slides are more about finance, and you will actually be getting certified budget presentations at the May meeting, so we can dive a little bit more into that. But the tuition and fees slide really just shows where we're at there. I will say that Iowa is in the 89th percentile for cost for students, so this is something we track, because we are toward the top of the spend on cost. So whatever we can do for financial aid, which is the next slide, we offer, as much as we can access federal and state sources. The total in aid last year was 26.9 million. And then there is a dashboard on employees. So I won't go into the detail due to time, but we track this closely. So they are another key resource of the college that we need to have a lot of information on. So there is a slide on that I'm happy to answer questions on, and then college finance. I'd say the most interesting thing here is how heavily the colleges rely on tuition revenue. Mm-hmm. Historically, they would talk about community college finance as a third tuition, a third state funds, a third local property taxes. That's really not the model at all. Most colleges are 50% tuition and fees, which is all the more reason when enrollment starts to decline, they start to worry because it's difficult to balance the books. So, and then the 72% of expenses being salaries, which is probably what you would expect. All right.
Looking at the pie chart on the left, I don't see federal up there.
Oh, yeah.
Must be a small.
Yeah, it must be so
Those are really
small.
small.
Percentage.
It might be tiny, tiny in there, yes.
I can't see it.
Can't see it.
Oh, wow, okay. Yes.
That's okay, yeah, it's just an observation.
Oh, I see it on here. It's really small.
How is that incorporated into
tuition
practice?
Yes,
Oh,
yes, yeah. Yeah, so the Pell Aid received by the student would be in the tuition and fees bucket. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
All right.
yeah.
okay.
All right, thank you guys so much.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, item 7 on the agenda, Iowa statewide assessment for student progress.
So as you're considering standards, I think in the next presentation or later today, wanted to give you an update about the changes to the Iowa statewide assessment of student progress related to the standards that the board has already adopted. Just want to point out, I'm joined here with Dr. Kathy Welch, who's co-director of Iowa Testing Programs, who is the group Iowa Testing Programs that administers and oversees the ISASP test. So again, I move quickly, so please stop and ask questions. Want to spend some time talking about the milestones, the things that have already happened, and the things that will happen in order to ensure alignment between the standards and the ISASP test. And I'll get into the proposed changes in more detail. So in spring, you adopted the ELA and math standards last spring, about a year ago. Last summer, and throughout the 24-25 school year, training has occurred across the state, and districts have been working on adoption of the changes to the standards. In last fall, there's a technical advisory committee that Iowa Testing Programs uses. These are nationally known experts in the field that sit on these TACs, Technical Advisory Committee, in order to provide feedback and insight about the assessment. How's the assessment performing? How's it performing relative to the standards? And so what I'm gonna show you here in terms of the changes has gone in front of that technical advisory committee to get their sort of stamp of approval in updating the assessment. This winter, we've been working with Iowa Testing Programs. They've provided some changes to their blueprint specifications. So just as you would build a house, you would have a blueprint of what that house would look like before they start building it. And there's similar blueprints that are in place for designing the forms of the test that kids take. And so there are proposed changes to those blueprint documents that Iowa Testing has given us. The department, we've sat down with the math team and the ELA teams to review those, provide feedback back to Iowa Testing programs to implement those changes to the specifications. Once the specifications are complete, they'll be reviewed by an independent third party, which is this company called Humro. Humro's an expert that has a lot of expertise. One of them is psychometrics, assessment, and review. So not only are we, the department, reviewing and providing feedback, but an independent third-party company is being engaged to provide that expertise and guidance in finalizing the actual blueprint specifications. Once that third-party review has happened this fall, Iowa Testing would be assembling the new forms, the new versions of the test that kids would take. And then in spring of '26, we would potentially administer the new assessments aligned to the new standards. And then lastly, I think it's important for you to know that there will be a sort of a post hoc third-party analysis. So again, there would be like an RFP. That RFP would be awarded to a national expert company to assist in reviewing the assessment and providing evidence that would then get submitted to the U.S. Department of Ed, who would ultimately approve the changes to the assessment to ensure alignment. So this chart represents the high-level set of changes, and the next set of charts will actually get into more detail. So when we think about the English language test, it's actually two parts. There's a reading part, and then there's a writing and language arts part. The writing and language arts part, there won't be any changes needed for alignment. On the reading portion, there'll be an increase of items to assess these key reading domains, the domains being key ideas and detail, craft and structure, and integration of knowledge and ideas. The other change that you'll see is that they're going to enhance the balance of items. So the percentages of items that might go across these key domains will sort of shift to be more in line with the National Assessment for Educational Progress, or NAEP test. So we're taking a look at that sort of gold standard test in terms of what its balance is and making some modifications. And then there'll be an addition of a reading passage for the reading test. In terms of math, there's several large changes. The first is move to a multi-stage adaptive test. So just to be clear, ELA is already a multi-stage adaptive test. What that really means is there are different paths that kids take depending on how well they do on the test. So a student that does really well at stage 1 will get more difficult items at stage 2 and so forth. The math currently is a fixed form test. That is an older methodology. The multi-stage adaptive can provide, again, a better set of accuracy about a student's performance, particularly at the high end of the continuum. by moving to multi-stage, which isn't possible if every kid gets all the same items throughout. So that's a big change. There is also going to be an increase of items in grades 3 through 8, and a larger increase in items at grades 9 through 11. And the other big change in the high school grades is assigning a greater proportion of the test to, again, that, as I presented earlier, that sort of standard progression throughout high school. So ensuring that the 9th grade test emphasizes Algebra 1, and sophomore test emphasizes more questions in geometry, etc. So getting into even more detail, on the left-hand side, you have the number of items, the additional items that will be in place to ensure adoption and alignment, and the total number of items. So in grades 3, 4, 5, it'll be 6 more items. In grades 6 through 11, 7 more items. And then the other thing we want to consider is average testing time. So this gives you the average testing time that's taking place in the, we're in the middle of the testing window right now. And this is the average time it takes a student across these various grade levels to take just that reading portion of the test. This is the recommended testing time. And so it's a recommendation. This isn't a time test. Schools get to determine how long they're going to allow students to complete. So certainly an increase. And then we can see what the estimated testing time. And I think the big takeaway here is that it's about 10 more minutes of additional testing time to answer those 6 to 7 items at whatever grade level the student's taking that test. In terms of math, a similar theme at grades 3 through 8, you're going to see 7 additional items, and then a pretty large increase at the high school level. It's important to note, however, at the high school level, the test is pretty short, extremely short. So while this does seem like a pretty large increase in the overall items, 254, it's really trying to right-size the assessment to ensure coverage, to ensure, again, alignment to the standards. So we're using this as an opportunity to make that shift to ensure that the test is about the same length across all grades. Again, at grades 3 through 8, it's about 10 more minutes for elementary and middle school, and 20 more minutes at the high school. I wanted to also put this in context because I mentioned that there's the reading and language arts test make up the ELA score and the proficiency in ELA, but wanted to put this in context of the total testing time. And then we've got science at grades 5, 8, and 10. And then here's the proposed testing times. So you can see here, it's about 20 minutes in grades 3 through 8. It's a little bit more at the science grade levels, and then about 30 minutes at the high school level in terms of overall impact. This may seem like a lot, but when we compare Iowa to other standardized tests, we're on the low end of the continuum. So I think it's really important to point out there are tests out there that at the elementary level are about 6 hours long to upwards of 8 hours. So when we think about an instructional day, which is typically about 6 or more hours in a day, that Iowa's expected testing times, even on the proposed times, are somewhere between half an instructional day to less than an instructional day. And when you think about that over the year, 1 day in 180 days is a really small percentage devoted to testing. So just wanted to, so while we are seeing increases that are necessary in order to ensure alignment, and that will equal increased testing time, it's not that much relative to the instructional year. And just a summary, so we're adding items to increase coverage and ensure alignment. All of this is to better assess student performance and whether or not that students mastered the standards. That average testing time is less than an instructional day to half an instructional day if they don't need to take the science test. And our testing times are similar or considerably lower than United States. What questions do you have?
Not a question, but a comment. To the other board member, this is a big deal. I mean, it's a big deal, and I say that from past history when the Iowa assessments were not really aligned with the Iowa standards.
Right.
And we had schools being evaluated on the Iowa report card, and most of the evaluation criteria were based on the performance on the Iowa assessments, which weren't aligned to the Iowa standards.
For years.
I called it educational malpractice, actually. And so having the standards being revised on a regular routine basis and the test subsequently revised to align with the standards is a big deal, and I thank you for.
Yes.
Yeah, appreciate the comments.
Yeah.
Any other questions? So we've been busy, Iowa testing's been busy, and you know, the plan is to put this in place for next spring. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Chase.
Thank you.
All right, we have the first reading of the revised science standards.
Good morning. I am Stephanie Wager. I'm an administrative consultant with the Bureau of Learner Strategies and Supports.
And I'm Chris Leik. I am the science program consultant at the department.
All right, we want to start off with a little history lesson just to set the stage here. So in 2005, we first see voluntary high school standards show up in Iowa. In 2007, that was extended to social studies and K-8. In 2008 is when Iowa standards were first mandatory for all students. And then in 2009 is when we see the first set of Iowa standards for science. In 2013, Governor Branstad issued Executive Order 83, which required us to do a regular review of our standards and ensure transparency in the process through public forums and a public survey. And then 2015 is when Iowa's standards were last updated. So another important point to note is the Fordham Institute is one of the main organizations that conducts evaluations of state standards. So for those 2009 set of standards in 2012, Fordham evaluated those standards and gave us a D. In 2013, they evaluated a draft of the next generation science standards, and they gave that draft a C, and our 2015 standards are somewhat based on those standards. And so we certainly look at those reports to think about improvement for future standards. So I want to share a quick overview of our process. Director Snow talked about our 5-phase review process. We follow this same process for all of our academic standards reviews. So the first phase is really a preparation phase. It's an internal phase. You can see the dates below there. This really focuses on logistics, getting a contract ready, looking at new research that may be out there, getting the application process launched, et cetera. The second phase of that is the revision phase itself. This is when a standards revision team is put in place. That these are folks that have applied to be a part of this process. They serve in an advisory capacity to the department and work on revising that and then making those proposed changes to us. The third phase is the public feedback process, and we use two kind of prongs for that process. One is a public survey that any Iowan can take that is specific to the standards document itself. And the other phase is public forums, and we'll talk more about that in just a minute. The fourth phase then is to utilize that public feedback with a second review team, a different team that really looks at that stakeholder feedback and makes proposed changes to the department based on that actionable feedback. And then the fifth phase is here today. We are in the first read of the draft standards document. And of course, during the second read, the standards document may be adopted. So I want to go back to that second phase. This is the overview of the standards revision team work. So we met over the course of 5 meetings to make proposed changes to the standards. The team was organized into elementary, middle, and high school, of course, to sort of target the expertise of folks on the team. We look always at a wide variety of things, standards from other states, NAEP frameworks, PISA frameworks, the original framework for K-12 science education, just to name a few. And then also talk to the team a lot about distinguishing between the difference between standards and curriculum. That's a really important distinction. And of course, talk about their role as part of that team in an advisory capacity.
So the first team met, and we talked about lots of different things in terms of where we could take our current standards and move them into what the field is asking for. So the first thing we really looked at was the architecture of the document. When I say architecture, I mean kind of how it's laid out. The idea that there's some text at the beginning, some front matter text kind of explaining what they're getting into, as well as what is the kind of layout of the different sections of the document and putting the thing together. One of the biggest conversations we had was on the middle school sequencing. When Iowa adopted the standards in 2015, they took what were then the new national standards. In middle school, they were banded K-8, and they had chosen to put them in specific grade levels, primarily for the reason because we do have a lot of transfer from kids from one district to another, and to ensure that all the students are getting the standards in a reliable way, they decided to do that. And of course, at the time, they were doing the best they could, and we've learned a lot in the last 10 years. And so really looking at that sequence and making a decision was high a priority on their list. We also then, of course, looked at proposing changes to the department on individual standards and what are some things that they think needed to be adjusted. What are they hearing from the field? What are they hearing from people? We added that front matter at the beginning of the document. Front matter, I mean, kind of the why in which we're looking at standards and the how to use them in the classroom. We added really good. We saw this in several other states, and Iowa decided that it would be amazing if we could put in some Iowa connections, some career connections, so students could have insight into some of those pathways that we discussed, as well as engineering and other things like that. We also decided that the standards that we were looking at work really well for the required courses that all students are going in through in their high school career. But what about those elective courses that students are electing to take? We still want some of the ideas and the framework that we are adopting in the required standards to kind of translate into some electives. So we decided to do some example elective courses. We couldn't, of course, write standards for all of them because there's a wide variety, as you'll see later. but we have some of those. And then, of course, especially at the high school level, kind of outlining what are some of the ways in which districts can make decisions about their sequencing of high school courses so that they can get all of the standards in 3 years. So there was a lot of work from that first team, and they did a really nice job.
All right, so now we're gonna focus on phase 3, the public feedback phase. And again, these 2 ways that we collect public feedback. One is public forums. So we held 5 public forums in various geographic locations across the state. At those public forums, we had approximately 230 people attend, either in person or via Zoom. And then the public survey is our other mechanism of public feedback that is traditionally open for 30 days. It is focused on collecting standard by standard feedback. And why that is so important is because that next team really needs to see actionable feedback and how they can make specific changes to those standards. So it's set up that you can either select keep or you can select reject and offer a suggestion about how to change that standard. In that public survey, we received 5,330 full responses, and one of the first questions is, are you an Iowan? And so at least all of those 5,000 plus indicated that they were.
So this is just a quick graph of the people that took the survey. It should be noted that in the survey, they could choose more than one demographic. So there were a lot of people that were maybe community members and teachers, or parents and teachers, or higher education. But we did have a wide variety of people that did fill out the survey. In looking at the specific data that came back with our standards from the survey, we do have a total of proposed 259 standards total. And in looking at the keep versus reject with suggestion kinds of things, 95% of them had a majority of people that said keep the standards, which was very, really outlines the hard work that first team did. There were only about 5% that really said, we need to take another look at these standards specifically, which is really only 12 standards. That's not that we didn't look at them all, because, if it's something that came up from the public comment that made perfect sense to make the change, then that second committee did look at all of them. But this was really encouraging data for that first team, that they did a really nice job in outlining their standards.
All right, so then that second team, so this is phase 4, they came together again through application, and their charge is really to have a much narrow scope. They're looking at the public feedback and thinking about what in that public feedback is actionable. They identified themes from that data because, of course, you're looking at a pretty large data set, so you're trying to determine what are some themes that emerge. They have all of the public feedback data shared with them in the public forum notes, public survey, etc. And so their role is really to make proposed changes to the department based on that draft document. And again, in alignment with what that public feedback is saying. And then talk about the rationale for those changes. So the second part of their work is really thinking about, how can we look at the data and say, we're gonna change, make this proposed change based on the data, or maybe this is not a good suggestion, even though the data is telling us this. So they looked at both of those things in their work.
So I think I'm going to take a little bit of time to kind of take you through the document, just in kind of piece-wise. I know it's a big document, so I'm going to kind of focus on a couple of things as we move through. So first I want to focus on page 3. I don't know if you have it around, but page 3 is where we kind of start the document with this idea of front matter. And this is something we didn't have before. In our current standards, we essentially just have the number for the standard and then the one line that says what the standard is supposed to what the teachers are supposed to do. So this was a really powerful way to talk about the what and the why behind the standards, which is critical when districts are attempting to adopt them. As we went through the front matter, the different pieces of the front matter, and I'll highlight a little bit of that, we always highlighted the relative research and experiences that Iowans have had with the standards in terms of working with them in their classrooms. That front matter is at the beginning of the document, but at each grade band, be it elementary, I think even K2, 3, 5, middle school and high school, they have their own specific front matter in terms of, if you're a middle school teacher, you don't need to read through necessarily all of the elementary stuff. Here's some stuff very specific to what you need to do as you kind of pay attention to as a middle school teacher or high school teacher. Looking also on page 3, in terms of an example of what the front matter is talking about, is this idea of student sense making. And this is a very strong undercurrent in science education. Students make sense of the world. That's what scientists do, and that's what we want them to do. It focuses on a phenomenon, and we have the Iowa Connections because we want to try to make these phenomenon as local and relevant to students as possible. So if you're in Western Iowa, we're looking at the Loess Hills. If you're in Central Iowa, maybe you're at the Devonian Fossil Gorge or the Mississippi River in the east. Like, how can we pull in the lived experiences of the students into the classroom and focus our lessons on those? So the idea of sense making revolves around the idea of a phenomenon that you're attempting to figure out. Using the big ideas in science, when we talk about big ideas in science, you're talking about content like fields and conservations of energy and mass and those kinds of things. The key to student sense making actually is this idea of a need to know. Students need to know why they're doing it, and they should see in their lesson, they should see themselves in the role of someone who's actually trying to figure out the world around them, which is what we want, not just in scientists, but in everybody in the public. And then finally, being able to use their knowledge that they learned in order to explain how that is relevant to their lives and how that's relevant to all of us. So sense making is a big part of this in underpinning all of the standards. If you look at the structure of the standards, they look much different than what the standards did, our current standards are. We're on about page 9 now. As an example, I just threw an example up here. If you look at our current standards, we have essentially are the first 2 columns. We have the standard code, and then we have the one sentence that outlines the pieces of the standard. But in science, we have several pieces that go into those standards, and I'm going to go over those here in just a minute, which is where the other columns in the table come from. And then underneath there is our connections boxes, and I'll talk a little bit about those in a minute as well. So I think they're a powerful addition that Iowa has made. So the 3 dimensions, we often talk in science about science having 3 dimensions. We have what are called practices. Similar to math has standards of mathematical practice, we have science and engineering practices. In your day, it was maybe called the scientific method. It's no longer called that because there's no one. I mean, in my day too, right? It's my day. Anybody over the age of 16 is probably the scientific method. So really, that's what scientists do, and the practices that scientists perform. Things like setting up an investigation, arguing from evidence, communicating information. But then we also have the core ideas in science. We have content. We have a rich set of content, Newton's laws and gravity and all of the things in all of the 4 disciplines. And then lastly, we have a new thing, not new, but this idea of cross-cutting concepts. There are ways in which scientists think. We think about structure and function. We think about patterns. We think about scale and proportion, different ways in which scientists think. And really, in each standard, what's so special about the science standards is that each standard in that second box there, the second column, has all 3 of those things incorporated in them, which is different than math. Math has practice standards that kind of sit over here and content standards that sit over here. Science integrates them all the time. And so that's what we mean when we talk about 3 dimensions. And that's why those other boxes are so important, because when you look at the initial standard there and you say analyze and interpret data, well, what does that really mean in 7th grade? Because I guarantee it looks different in kindergarten than it is in 7th grade. And so that's what the practice box is about, is really kind of defining that grade level specificity in those. Then of course we have those connection boxes below, and I have some examples of the connections. ELA and math connections are always something we want to do. I know elementary teachers are very keyed into integrating science into their other disciplines or integrating their disciplines into ours. Iowa Connections are something that we were very passionate about in being sure that we are highlighting some of the great things in science that's going on in Iowa and some of the phenomenon and different things that are around. as well as career connections to give students insights into what the careers that are out there. I think there's a big misconception that scientists just wear lab coats. We have a lot of scientists in Iowa that wear camo, and they're out working with deer and frog data and all this kinds of things. So being sure that students do see all of those pathways in their careers and make sure teachers are aware that those are important. So all kinds of different connections that we linked to the standards below. In the high school, I think we're on about page, we're gonna jump to about page 122. This is part of the high school front matter, and we really wanted to highlight the idea that there's different pathways that you can, high schools can adopt in order to get all of the standards in the 3 years that are typically used in graduation requirements for high school. And so we've made some model course pathways. The traditional one, of course, is biology, chemistry, physics as required courses, and then students move on to electives. But that's, of course, not the only way to do it. There are a lot of earth science standards in there, and many districts have adopted to do a standalone earth science course and take those physics and chemistry standards and move them into a physical science course. So we wanted to be sure that districts understand that there are multiple ways to do this. However, it is still important that all of the standards get in there as required standards for every student. Which then leads us into the electives issue in the end, and what are those electives that are being offered? And so kind of outlining some of the options that districts have in terms of what we're seeing across Iowa and maybe some of those career pathways that could be linked to those. So a district may, choose to offer a genetics class if they have a lot of students that are interested in the medical field, or if we have students that really want to get into engineering, being sure that aerospace class is being offered or something. So we wanted to highlight just what are some of those options that districts can move towards. So if we look overall at what our original standards were in 2015, not original, but the ones we adopted in 2015, and then today's standards, what were the main changes that we made? Originally, we had just those performance expectations, just those standards, with no supporting materials. So we added a ton of description of the framework and depth and breadth of the material as it gets presented to teachers and then of course to students. The connections, I think, were a really good way to add flavor to the standards as well as relevance for students, which is such an important thing in motivation. We did refine the middle school sequence. The committee chose to continue to say that, you will teach this in 6th and 7th and 8th, as opposed to banning them, because we looked at some data on student transfer and we found that it's a pretty high number in middle school. So they chose to keep that, but there were some tweaks that they wanted to do in order to make it more successful for students who are moving into the high school. And so we did refine that sequence. We added the high school pathways, as you saw, and those career pathways. And then we added 2 high school electives. We looked at what electives were most taught in Iowa schools, and we just gave some examples of what writing elective standards could look like. So next steps moving forward, in terms of implementation, as we go forward, there's going to have to be a lot of professional development at all levels for administrators, for teachers, for parents, for everybody. I'm planning some very short video segments. I think it's good, a 10-minute thing if you're a middle school teacher to highlight what are the things that it looks like in a classroom and how these standards should be working, as opposed to a second video for elementary, because they have some other things that they care about. I would like to start with a leadership summit where we're talking to your instructional coaches, your curriculum directors, your superintendents. And really getting them on board with what are some of the clarifications and changes in the standards. In the last couple of falls, and we're continuing to do it again next fall, is look at some regional teacher professional development, because eventually you do have to get down to the teacher level. So we've been offering kind of one in the east, one in central Iowa, and one in the west. And they've been extremely successful in what we've been doing. So moving forward, having them align to the new standards will be a really big way in which to get into the teachers right into the classroom. And then again, networking and support, being sure that districts have ways and to work with each other, especially like districts or smaller districts, finding some of their neighbors that they can work through some of the things together is also extremely important. We'll be creating some support materials that move along with this. I think I'm starting to work on thinking about some parent quick guides in terms of, okay, this is what's happening in your classrooms in K2. Here's some ways that you can support your students at home, because there are some shifts in how science is being taught. And so being sure that parents are aware and becoming partners in that journey, I think, is important. Like I said, that changing of the middle school sequence was a pretty big step. And so being sure that all middle school teachers are on board with the rationale on why that was made, or why some of those decisions were made. So we'll have a document for that. And then especially with that high school pathways, being sure that counselors are on board with being able to advise students as to what courses and what pathways they can get into for whatever possible careers they're looking for. And then finally, science is a little bit behind some of the other disciplines, but we had such a huge shift in 2015 for how science is being taught. Our high quality instructional materials weren't up to par in 2015. They are finally getting there, and we're getting some good stuff now that's coming out. And so being sure that the state is aware of some of the great things that are coming out as high quality instructional materials, as well as how do they adapt those to their kids? How do they take that material and make it relevant and worthwhile for their classrooms? So that's kind of our next steps in terms of if the standards are adopted, we need to get the information into the hands of the students and the teachers and the parents and everybody. So with that, I will ask for any questions. I know we're holding you for lunch, but we are.
With the middle school sequence, do we know how many school districts are not in the appropriate sequence now? Do we have any idea?
The intent is that they're all in it, right? I think when in 2015, that was such a big shift. Okay, traditionally science was taught in middle school, and I'm generalizing, but you would teach all of life science in 6th grade, and then you'd have your 7th graders focused on Earth, and maybe 8th graders focused on physical science. And the shift in 2015 was a good shift in that they tried to make it interdisciplinary, where there was a little bit of physical science, a little bit of life science, a little bit of earth science, engineering in every grade, which was a big hurdle for a lot of districts. And I think we fought that fight with districts in 2015, and I think most of them moved into that sequence. The sequence that we looked at, we're looking at now is again interdisciplinary. They just moved a couple of the standards around. I believe one of the main reasons for that had to do with some of the chemistry. In the 2015, a lot of the chemistry stuff was in 6th grade, and we were hearing from chemistry teachers in high school that that's a huge jump between 6th grade and 10th grade when they typically take chemistry. So they moved some of those things later in the sequence so that there was a better transition to high school. So, and then when you do that, you have to move something else. So not everything changed, but it was tweaked enough that I think it's gonna be a shift for some districts. But as for a number, no, I don't know.
Sure.
Did you find that the feedback you received in the public forums mirrored what you saw in the surveys?
Yeah.
More or less.
Yeah, more or less.
I would just say, as a layperson, reading through this, not every page, but it is so user-friendly. And as a parent or a community member, to be able to look through a standard and say, and see the connection piece, especially, how do we, apply this, why, and then, oh, this is what it could mean for Iowans, and for both the educator, the student, and the parent to see that. Because I think whenever there's an opportunity to connect the career aspect and what they're seeing around them into what they're learning, right? Because it's always like, when am I ever going to use this? Or why do I need to know this? But you make that connection somehow, what you've seen, what you've experienced, and that makes it more real and hopefully more engaging. And then I will just say, having been part of the STEM initiative, in 2015 and Next Generation Science Day, I was like, I don't get this all. And you look at those standards, and as a layperson, I couldn't parse that information, right? So I appreciate all the work that you have done and coordinating the process. Obviously, there was a bit of a spotlight in some of these public forums, but working through that, and having the feedback, the surveys, the forums are all important because you have to hear that. And I'm curious, I saw the breakdown of the educators, versus the parents or whatever, and the type of, I'll say, questions or concerns and how they approach that. But, overall, when I look at this, I think it's amazing, and I think it will be very helpful for our educators and students, so thank you. Thank you very much for your work.
So this is the first read here. The flow chart talks about additional opportunities for public feedback. I took that to mean like after now. Is that right?
I think that would have been, at the public comment this morning, is how we have, I believe.
Okay, so there's not, because I'm sorry, the way I read it was, there'd be additional opportunities for feedback. That meant people coming here, not something that's gonna happen after today.
Correct.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Do you know how Fordham looks at the proposed science standards as they're being?
So they have not conducted a review since that 2013 review, so I don't know honestly, or we don't know actually if they are planning to do another. They do reviews of other content areas, so it's possible that they have in the works to do another review of state science standards, but we have not been alerted of that.
Yeah.
So I'm curious, you said, you looked obviously at other states and now have you, obviously the survey and the public forum were for Iowans, but have you gotten any feedback initially to the draft from other states who are looking at this and saying, I like that, and we're gonna probably take that, or any kind of that, or is that just come later because it's not adopted?
We try not to do that until, as part of the process.
Gotcha.
Once it's adopted, I'm sure we're gonna hear lots of things, and hopefully they're all great.
Yeah.
I anticipate them all being great.
Yeah, and that is common, just, amongst ourselves, right, to, Chris knows the science folks in other states, and it's common to, right, to say, oh, I really like this about your standards, we're gonna incorporate that the next time we look at revising our standards, and so that happens, I would say, pretty informally, but it's not uncommon for that to happen, yeah.
Just as we used other people's standards, people use ours.
Like the connections idea came from, I think, Nebraska. Has some Nebraska connections in their science standards, and the team really liked that, and so we borrowed.
Yeah, hey, we R&D, rob and duplicate, if it's good, just, as long as you're not, infringing on patents.
Right.
Sorry.
No infringement in that way.
I do want to echo a couple of earlier comments, and I love that thought to careers is being built into the curriculum, so kids at every level are thinking broader about the opportunities in science, because you're right, you think narrow, or you only think about what you're most familiar with. So the more that we can broaden, and I'm just kind of reflecting on that, being in a community college setting, I'll just reflect back on the comments that we heard yesterday on the tour of not knowing what opportunities were available. And so I love kind of making these connections, and then being able to connect that to future opportunity is fantastic. And I love bringing in, making the curriculum real and connecting it to local, what's available in your area, and being able to appreciate those things. And I think we take for granted sometimes, just depending on student experience, exposure to some of these things, school may be their only opportunity. So I think the more we can build that into the curriculum, the better.
Thank you. And Board Member Dietz, going back to your question about recognition of best practices, I certainly think the inclusion of our high school course pathways, which we initially included in math and have replicated in science, have been identified as a best practice. The front matter has had really strong feedback from educators and administrators in ELA and math in particular, and then those elective courses, having standard specific elective elective course specific standards was something that we started in the math standards revision process and have included here in science, and that's identified as a best practice. And then I think just finally, the broadness of our process and the transparency of the process articulated in 5 steps, it is certainly a model.
Could you briefly describe the rejected with suggestions standards and maybe how they were dealt with in the work product we have here?
You mean how the team, so the team was given, and Chris chime in too, but the team was given access, right, to all of that raw data, so they would have.
The second team.
The second team, yes, I should have clarified that. And so they would have been able to see not only sort of statistics of for every standard, which one, and we shared some high level data of that in the presentation, but then every suggestion that was made, anytime somebody says reject with suggestion, we were able to pull all of that data and of course shared it with the team. So that's really helpful for the team to be able to, again, use that as actionable feedback. Because then they had, if something was, if there was a suggestion made like this is incorrect, or here's a better example, or, anything, the team could take all of that into consideration. So all of that was shared with the team. Do you have any?
Were there themes of feedback within the rejection standards, or the standards that had a majority of rejection? Was there a common theme among those, or?
I mean, to some extent, certainly amongst the 12 standards that Chris alluded to that had a majority that were not sort of accepted, I guess, or whatnot. But then the other ones, it was kind of all over the place, I would say.
The comments revolved around either the standard themselves, what was in the clarification statement, clarifying the standard, they wanted more clarification, less clarification. As well as Iowa connections, some people brought up some really good ones we hadn't thought of, right? And it was like, yeah, we'll include that.
Right.
So even though you didn't have, 50 people saying that, it was a good thing to include, so it was something that we would incorporate, yeah.
With the 12 standards that really required additional attention, were there modification to each of those 12 standards based on the feedback that you received?
I think so,
I think so,
yes.
For sure.
And sometimes it was an addition, is that what I'm hearing, and not necessarily a redo,
I'm not sure if
but
those
another
12 were the
connection?
ones that had the addition,
Yeah.
but
Okay.
overall, there were additions.
And one of the ways that the survey is set up, so you can only, if you say keep, right, it doesn't give you the option to make a comment, so that might be a piece of feedback for us in the future, but reject with suggestion is the way that you can make a comment. So that might be a little misleading, but that's how the comments, that you were able to make a comment on each individual standard. Does that make sense? Yeah.
I think we obviously have not undergone a comprehensive review and revisions of our standards in a decade plus.
Yeah.
So we are certainly going to take example in the survey and option to provide a comment without a rejection.
Yeah, that maybe keep with comments.
I like it to hear this how
Yeah,
can be tweaked or something.
maybe just like additional comments or something like that, yeah.
Because we also have used adjust before in other, long time ago, so like keep, adjust, discard, or reject. So you could tweak some of those so that it doesn't sort of mess with the data, I guess, in some ways.
Or it could just be keep, or keep with revisions.
Yeah.
Or reject.
Yeah, exactly. So there's some tweaking you can do there.
Are there any outstanding issues? I mean, where you've got this significant group says A and this group says B?
Not that we
Not
have
that-
heard.
I mean, it's a
No.
consensus, is
I
what
think,
you're bringing.
and all of the feedback that we've gotten, we have pretty good consensus on this.
And it was all based on the data, and as Chris and Stephanie said, they really did, if they made a suggestion, they did say, here's the justification, here's the data aligned to it. So they've kept a really good record of what those suggestions were and what data supported those changes.
And that's why we asked the team to do that, so that we can see, because sometimes, like somebody might have had one comment about something and the team might have made a change or proposed change
even though it was just one comment, but maybe they were saying, hey, this is wrong, or we have a better example. So the team sort of documents, all of those suggested changes so that we understand their rationale for that.
So question, and I don't know if it's correct to ask this of you or of somebody else, but in regards to work-based learning, how or do these standards apply in that, and does it help make those experiences easier to align or not? So
I'm happy to kick off, that is a great question. So we have, I'm gonna start with the legislation that was enacted last session that specifically looks at CTE courses, many of which include work-based learning experiences, and mostly in the science and math fields, identified what of those CTE-specific courses could count for core content courses that are aligned to the state content standards. So that has been a piece of feedback in ensuring that work-based learning that is attaining mastery over our core content standards is recognized in a high school pathway.
Okay.
thank you.
To wrap this up, we're just here to listen and discuss today. There's no formal action, is that correct?
That's correct.
So any feedback that we want to give the committee members, speak now, or we'll probably see the same thing coming back.
I just want to thank you for all your
Yes.
hard work.
Yeah.
You guys did a really great job, your team did a great job, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
All right, with that, it's lunchtime. We'll take anything else as far as board reports?
I'll just note the Community College Advisory Committee will meet again the Wednesday before our May board meeting, so we'll have an update on that.
When are you guys meeting again?
The Wednesday before our Thursday meeting.
And then
In
Brian,
May.
when are you guys meeting?
That's a good question.
Oh, are you guys both meeting in May? The non-public and then
I think we need.
Yeah,
Okay.
I do too.
I just can't remember the date.
Okay, is it before the meeting?
I believe it's in the first half of the month, so that we would have something to report at our meeting.
We meet on the 7th,
The 7th, okay.
and then the board meets again on the 8th.
I don't know why I thought it was the 9th, thank you.
Put you back on the agenda.
Oh, good.
All right. All right, let's move on. We have board training with cybersecurity.
Okay.
Welcome.
Thank you for having me. I am going to be using two devices, so bear with me as I traverse across both of them.
Is it because of security or?
Maybe.
Okay.
No, not-
I know, like, oh.
Trying to multitask, which I know is not possible, so here we are. So my name is Shane Dwyer. I'm the Chief Information Security Officer for the state. And just a couple pieces of information about me. I am previous US Air Force. I like talking about things in bottom line up front, telling you the information that's most relevant to you up front. And then just a couple things that I heard since I've been here. This is training. I have no ask for this board. And if I can be helpful, please let me know how. I'm here to serve you. So just keep that in mind as we're going through this. The purpose of this training is to help us walk through considerations for the board in protecting infrastructure for your schools, to help protect student and staff information, and also understand the cyber landscape, the threats that we're facing at those schools. So I'll go through all those different aspects here today. From my seat, how I function in my role is really a whole state approach. And that means everything from supporting Secretary of State's office for elections to defending the three branches of government, cities, counties, K through 12s, nonprofits, and anywhere I can be helpful across the state. So that's my charge. How do I protect our state more broadly? I've given this presentation at Iowa Bar, the Attorney General's annual conference, national level, as well as CPA's Iowa elected officials across the state, in addition to all political subdivisions across the state. So as we're talking about this is something that is kind of making its course to educate people on these different topics. As I said, I'm previous US Air Force, and as part of that, I spent 8 years in the Air Force. My last duty station was Ramstein, Germany. It was a great location. If you ever get a chance to go Oktoberfest, I highly recommend it. It's really awesome. And with that, I was an operations manager. I was essentially a crisis manager. About a $300 million operation is what I protected overall. And that included, in wartime, going and building an airfield in a forward location where we had to go and bring more troops in or supplies in. That also included IT, physical security, all those different aspects. So that's what I'm bringing to the table. I'm not a traditional security practitioner or IT practitioner. I upskilled into this role from a business role. So just keep that in mind as I go through these different aspects. If you look at the pictures up on the board or on the presentation, I was forward deployed to a Middle Eastern location. And on the left-hand side is a picture of what a normal day is in the Middle East. Really, really bright, you can't see anything without sunglasses. And on the right-hand side is a sandstorm. And I remember there was one sandstorm that was 90 miles an hour when I was there. And being the person who did the crisis management, what we found is our planes were tipped over that weren't tied down. We had about $9 million of damages across the board. It was pretty substantial. And this is 20-year-old me, thinking about what does this mean? How do I manage a 1,000-person unit to respond to this? And then military training was key for me. I knew who to call, when to call, the procedures that I had, because in crisis or duress, it's a bad situation to try to do that in a crisis. So we have to think about cyber attacks the same way we do everything else. A tornado, a flood, a sandstorm like in this case, they are a crisis. So as we're going through this, it would be important to go back to that. Things that I learned over my 23 years in this role is it's better to mitigate the issue before it starts where possible. And I'm sure that many of you are thinking about the everyday in your day-to-day jobs. It's critical to have contacts before emergency starts. And you have to have pre-established communication channels and have already collaborated with those people. It's easier to pick up the phone and say, I need help. And that's part of the reason why I'm here today. In my role today here in Iowa, I've been in my role for about 3.5 years. And I started my career again in the US Air Force. From there, I went and got my information system security degree from American Military University. And then I spent my first 2.5 years outside of the military at Minnesota State University, Mankato. It was a sharp change from military to higher education. It was a great experience for me. I learned a lot from that. And then from there, I went on to Human Services in Wisconsin, the first CISO in that organization. I have about 3,000 catastrophic security incidents under my belt at this point in time, when we talk about major attacks that have happened or major IT outages. I am focused on creating a culture around security and to help people understand their role, how they can take action in these crises and issues. I'm also participating at a national level, having conversations about what cybersecurity means in collaboration with the federal government and how that impacts Iowa. I am part of the National Government Association, and I do support the cybersecurity unit there, as well as the National Association of CIOs, and then CISA and the FBI. I have a lot of federal connections, so when bad things happen, we can go and have conversations with them and kind of bring us down the right path. I'm also a board member for the MSISAC, which is the Multi-State Information Sharing Analysis Center. It is the largest security organization in the country. It serves 19,000 governments across the country. So when I'm speaking to you here today, I'm also speaking on behalf of the things I've learned with this particular group and the work that we do across the nation. From a whole state strategy perspective, there are 3 major objectives that I focus on, and I'm trying to bring service to the state. Defending our government operations from foreign and domestic cyber threats, people who want to do us harm. Second is creating a better set of transparency around the problems and issues and translating that into something that's meaningful for business staff and decision makers. And then the last one is helping our local communities, our political subdivisions, navigate these problems as a subject matter expert. Now, I do want to say that in my particular profession, there's something called fear, uncertainty, and doubt. And it's often used to try and push someone to make a decision kind of out of fear, right? And I want to acknowledge that is what traditional security practitioners do in my career field. That's not what I'm here to talk about here today. I want to talk about that there are a number of issues that we have to consider and put mitigations in place to start addressing. I truly believe that there are two types of organizations. The first are ones that have been hacked and they know it, and the other is ones that have been hacked and they don't know it. So we have to recognize that we're all vulnerable in some way, shape, or form, and there are people who are targeting us. It is important to state that the best thing we can do is prevent that attack before it happens overall. There are some numbers up here that show the average, and these are from the IBM Security Annual Report that detail what is the cost per record if you had disclosure of that record in some way, shape, or form. It's a per capita cost. So if you have a breach where your information is lost, depending on if it's HIPAA or FERPA or the items behind it, you can expect to have a $161 per record loss for the loss of the record. Legal fees, instant response, fixing your IT systems, all the different aspects, breach notification, all of those things combined. And the average breach loss is about $4.24 million. So we have to acknowledge that there is some cost associated with this that often is really hard to measure, but we look at some of these reports to help us gauge what we think that would be. Now it's important, again, it's about avoiding fear, uncertainty, and doubt, because there are things that we can do to address that. There are certain steps that we can do that will help reduce that per capita cost. So going from $161 and dropping that amount, just by having an instant response team, will reduce that per record amount by $14. Having a position like mine will reduce that by $6.50. And there are a number of things that we can do, like employee training, that will also reduce that too. And there's one statement that I would make that the board should think about. 70% of all compromises are due to human error. And it's important to acknowledge that we have to train and help people understand their roles in protecting information that we're holding them accountable for or expecting them to manage. There are also cost additions to that as well. So when you outsource, you're going to increase the overall cost and the loss per capita. So we can go engage and think about risk mitigation activities that can drop or increase that cost overall.
One question.
Yes.
Before you go, you have, if you go back to that slide, extensive use of mobile platforms adding cost. Does that mean that increases your exposure or potential cyber attack? So can you talk a little bit about that, use of mobile platforms?
Absolutely. So the more mobile platforms you have, the more chance you have to lose those mobile platforms. And if not properly set up, so for example, if a workforce member goes and has a mobile device and for some reason they just change their password and they put the password on a sticky note on their device, that's the type of situation that is the human error. So you're increasing your liability, your cost, your per capita loss in that particular case. So yes.
Okay.
Any other questions? Excellent. And it's about a balance, right? Coming from the Department of Defense, I think about a 1 through 5 maturity level. So CMMI, specifically 1 being you're very rudimentary, we're just getting started in this particular area, to 5, you're like Microsoft, Google, Department of Defense, NSA. 4 and 5s are probably not achievable in most states, right? We don't have the time, budget, the need to go and increase. And there's a couple lines here that are important to highlight. The middle line, the one that goes across, is your information security spend. See, the amount that you spend does improve security, but it does so at an area where it starts diminishing over time. And every single security control you put in place makes it a little harder for your staff or your organization to do the things they're supposed to do. So it's finding that right balance. Most state governments or political subdivisions are targeting a 2 to 3 maturity level. It's that right amount of spend to reduce the risk and knowing that you have risk that you have to manage overall, right? Going back to, you will be eventually compromised in some way, shape, or form, and just factoring that in. It's also important to try and translate some of the jargon, the words of art that I use in my curriculum. If you're ever in a situation where there is some kind of cyber attack that happens, it's really important to baseline these terms. So from my perspective, and I'll put this kind of in a scenario of your neighborhood, we think about threat, vulnerability, and risks. So in your neighborhood, A threat may be somebody walking around your neighborhood trying to look for doors and get into that door to go inside your house, or steal a car or do something. That is somebody who wants to take action against you. The vulnerability is maybe you have a door lock that is broken and not functioning correctly, and it's easy to push the door open as a result. So we track on threats that we are expecting and the vulnerabilities that exist that we have to consider. Those two combined are the risks that we have overall. So it's very similar to what this team does within your educational organizations. You use the same type of methodologies, and just know that this isn't some black box of cybersecurity. It has a real mapping to the real problems that you have and the risks that you manage yourself. I want to go back to and talk through what does this year look like. The MSISAC went and published a report that talked about three threats and 4 vulnerabilities that are most prominent this year. The first is the increased activity from foreign states and state-sponsored actors. The threat also includes ransomware, data breaches, and espionage more broadly. So we're seeing that across the nation and across the world overall. It is also an increase in the deployment and use of artificial intelligence, both by our own staff, but also by our adversaries. So they're using that to craft better phishing messages or help gather information and targets that they're looking for. We realize that that is a threat moving forward. It's also understanding we're seeing a significant amount of increases. And if we look at PowerSchool, for example, and the things that have happened around that, we're seeing more supply chain breaches or breaches of our vendors who we rely on. So we're seeing more of those because our adversaries know that they are potentially softer targets that could go and target us as a result. Also with that, we are seeing our adversaries leverage legacy systems, things that are no longer supported by vendors, and those are also causing issues as well. And of course, the human tricking someone, social engineering, phishing, and our system admins having configuration issues with their areas. The primary thing that I'm seeing more broadly is credential compromise, username and login, and then logging into email and having business email compromise. So that's the more prominent activities that I'm seeing across the nation and across our state. Now, kind of going into terms, if an organization is ever in a situation where you have a crisis going on, there's some terms that are really important to acknowledge. First is, and I'll talk about this a little further throughout this, the Computer Security Incident Response Plan. That is a plan just like continuity of operations, business continuity, disaster recovery. It is a plan around cybersecurity. What do you do when you have a hacker who's made it into your system? What do you do when your employee's been phished? It's a playbook that you execute in those times of crisis. The second is, who is the team, the cyber incident response team, that will come in who has the expertise to help you recover from those particular attacks? And then the third is, most organizations have or have access to a security operations center, somebody who monitors for those threats and takes actions to intervene on those. Now, those are all really important. From a legal perspective, there are 3 terms that I think about using. The first is an indicator or a precursor. There has been some access to an IT system that we believe an adversary got into. That is an indicator. Our legal requirement is to go and investigate that and to see if they got access to something. A precursor is we think that an adversary will be targeting us, and we should investigate to see if that's the case. When you start using terms like security incident, security breach, privacy incident, and privacy breach, those have very specific terms. It means you now have a legal obligation to do something. Most cases, that's breach notification. Or if you're a HIPAA entity, you have to report that to the Office of Civil Rights. So be very conscious on who in your organization makes declarations of a security incident or privacy breach, and just working through all of that. So I'll walk you through an example. We had a political subdivision who at 6:10 in the morning, there was some activity that was happening on a server, a email server. And our team at about 6:15 saw an attack that was being orchestrated on that particular server. We called that system admin and that particular organization, and we said, hey, something doesn't seem right. And we knew at that point in time there was an indicator that showed that an adversary was trying to make it in. We wanted to investigate that and take action to remediate that. We found from 6:10 to 7 o'clock that when we finally got on that system, there was an adversary who had been on that server, and we could see the mouse moving, and the system admin wasn't doing it. We found that that particular threat actor was a group called Conti Ransomware, which is a Russian ransomware game. We were able to stop an entire organization ransomware attack by intervening in that case. There was a security incident, but there was no loss of data, so it was not a privacy incident. So there's no obligation to report any loss of data. So that's an example of how that applies in those particular areas.
So how did you stop that? So you saw it was happening, how did you get them out of your system?
There's a number of tools and tactics that we can go and execute that will do that.
But if you tell me.
We'll have to kill you.
Yeah.
So we try and employ tools that in most cases will go and intervene and stop an attacker in real time, right? And part of it is the time where a security analyst would go and try and execute that set of commands. There's a lead time. What we're seeing, and maybe this is helpful, what we're seeing is adversaries are, it used to be a year ago, you'd ask me, I'd say about 120 minutes from the initial access till exfiltration or whatever their objective is. We're seeing that shorten with AI and the better use of tools and the ability to do different things. We're trying to put tools in place that go and stop those attacks. So if I ran a command that was an admin command on that system, it should block it. So we can go and do things like disable accounts or put tools in place in real time that would actually prevent those attacks moving forward.
I would just panic and shut it off.
That is a potential option.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That's what I was looking for.
Is it a
Okay.
good option?
What's that?
Is it a good option?
It depends on the business, right? You probably don't want to do that to mission critical systems. You may want to think about that. You know, there's a balance between your operational needs and the security risks that are there. And that's why there's a balance there. Having somebody navigate that with you will be really critical. And I'll go through some of those pieces. I think that's a really great question. So.
How long does it take a bad actor to actually get in and, I guess, like access data or find what they're looking for? I don't know if they know exactly what they're looking for, where it, I mean, so is it like hours, days? How long would they need to be in there, I guess?
All of those. It depends on the sophistication of the adversary, the tools they have access to, and their purpose. Actually, that's a really great question too, and as we go through the slides, I'll talk about that in particular, and kind of those different threats. Any other questions for we continue? As part of our presentation to the Bar Association of Iowa and the Attorney General's Conference, one of the things I do want to highlight is we have been training lawyers across state, government lawyers, to think about cybersecurity as well. And part of that is under Rule 3216, those lawyers are expected to preserve confidentiality and to guide their clients from the IT and cybersecurity perspective. So if you're under a crisis, the first conversation you should have is call your incident response team, your SOC, your whoever that is, and talk to your lawyer. So they're going to have an opportunity to help you navigate those different problems, any legal obligations you may have as part of that, and there's a lot of aspects to that. Iowa Code 893 compels the Department of Management, which is my department, who I'm part of, to have a 24/7 helpline. So you can call and say, I'm under duress and I need help. I have a cyber attack, and we will go and help you. So just highlighting those two things are critical as you think about the board, your constituents, your organizations. It is also important in kind of moving into the legal aspect, and this is also part of the presentation to those different bodies, is the different type of organizational laws that you should think about. So just some examples. The first is HIPAA, for example, which is protected health information under HHS and federal law. That is one type of protected information. Another one may be FERPA, for example. So FERPA has a set of rules and regulations that we're expected to follow. Most federal entities are tied to a law called FISMA, and FISMA requires that each executive branch agency report on a quarterly basis to Congress on the privacy and security things that they have and the downstream interconnections, the data they exchange with the states and their partners. So just recognizing that a lot of regulation comes from this FISMA law. It's also important to highlight that we as organizations think about our own contracts and our own policies to help strengthen those parts of cybersecurity as well. So recognizing that all these components help us safeguard our data and give direction to our organizations will be really key moving forward. And here are some examples just in Iowa of the different data types that we have, everything from FBI background checks to Department of Defense data, to Social Security Administration and federal tax information. So there's a number of regulatory bodies that we have to work with. And kind of moving into and expanding on the question around threat actors. So when I think about threat actors, there are a number of different people that I think about. So in an organization, you may have somebody who is disgruntled, who wants to do damage to your organization. We'll just take a system admin, for example. If they know they're going to get fired, they may go and delete your servers. They may delete your data. That's an insider threat. That's one type of threat. And then as you move up in these different groups and you look at cyber criminals and state nations, the complexity and capabilities increase substantially, right? So it's not somebody who's just doing something really quickly. They may just have watched a YouTube video at the bottom. They may know enough to do something. But when you start moving up to cyber criminal state nations, there's somebody just like me on the other side who's doing something, who's managing a team. They have capabilities that are equal or better to those that we may have in our organizations. So recognizing that, and also trying to think about what type of motivation does that entity have to hack you, right, to do that? Are they unhappy with something that you said? Do they want to steal and make money off of you, right? We have to try and think about what that is overall. And I'll walk through what does this mean overall. So there are a couple different countries that are more prominent on the cyber perspective, and I'm going to kind of go into that. We call those in my profession an advanced persistent threat. So someone who's running a team just like me on the other side who wants to do harm to us. They usually try and go across our organizations undetected. They try and use tools that are already in place, and they want to obfuscate their activities. And I want to dispel this area of media where they have this hacker who's in some kid who's in someone's basement who's doing something. That's not who these people are. They're real people that are wanted by law enforcement. So this particular group is a People's Republic of China hacking group, APT41 Wicked Bandit. It's a group of 5 people, and just in this particular group, just for the PRC, People's Republic of China, there are 56 APT groups. And we're just doing a deep dive into one of these. This particular group likes to do espionage. They like to steal intellectual property, and they like to do something called living off the land. That means they go and they try and steal a system admin login, and then use that login to be undetected within the networks. So just recognizing that there are different types and kind of doing a deeper dive into that. And then you have organizations that phish our employees, right? So probably in that middle level, they are probably smart enough where they can craft a phishing email and maybe trick someone to go and click on that. And this is a good example of one of those. So there was an adversary who went and sent out a correspondence that was this, and they said, hey, we really want you to click on this link. We want you to update your information. We don't think it's right. So they're trying to create urgency to get you to click on the link. They want to tell you things are too good to be true. They may have compromised an already legitimate email from someone else, and then they're using that email to send something to you. It is important to think about, I just received this email from this person. Would I expect that email from that person? And if you're unsure, you should call that person. Did you send me this email? Are you asking for this information? This doesn't seem normal. I think if it seems wrong, you should probably second guess it. So just thinking through that and recognizing, as a board, you may be targeted by phishing. And to be aware of and ask the question, hey, does this seem right, is the right thing to do. It's okay. If you see something, say something. Somebody's there to help you. Moving into the attacks that were orchestrated in 2023 at the Des Moines School District. I'll kind of talk through our lessons learned, what happened in that scenario, and what my role was in that. So I received a phone call on the Monday at 9 o'clock in the morning when this happened. And this organization went and said, I'm under duress, I need help. We've lost everything. And I went over there, I spent 19 hours that first day just helping the organization navigate through this. And there's a couple of things that we learned throughout that process. And it's important to think about this across Iowa, across all the things that we're doing. When I first got there, they had lost everything. The students, they didn't have the systems in the buses, like to be able to help direct people where they need to go. There was no information on food allergies, like everything that you would ever expect was gone. And we are so reliant on technology that it shut down operations. And if you remember back to this, they shut down schools, right? They couldn't have students there, it was unsafe, they couldn't facilitate classroom activity, all of those. And as I went through this, I worked with this leader and with his leadership team to navigate this over that first day. And things that I learned. I had a room of 30 people from our cyber incident response team that were helping this team navigate that problem. So when we sat down and we looked at all of this, there were a few things that we had to do to start bringing students back. The first was, we have to figure out how we pay our bills. That was the first important thing. The second is, we have to pay our staff. If our staff don't come in, if they're not being paid, they're not gonna come in. The third is, do we have phone numbers? Can we make a phone call? Do we have a phone system? And then the last one is, do we have email? Many of our parents and our partners rely on email and text. So it was really important for us to focus on those four points. We also found that the recovery plans were not readily available. So we spent a number of cycles trying to build those on a whiteboard and think about, what does it mean for us to restore? How do we get buses running? How do we get door access systems to protect the students working? How do we get HVAC, so AC and heating working? Those are real problems that we didn't have answers to. We had lost everything. So just recognizing that is the real impacts of a cyber attack. And I want to go back and say, we have to treat these the exact same way we do any other crisis, and use those exact same processes, though modified, to respond to these. And what was interesting about this one is not only did the adversary take this action, but they also posted on Twitter, X now, that they had gotten all the student data. And then they tagged all the lawmakers as part of that and put a veiled threat there. They are looking to make money, and they're going to do whatever they can to force you to pay. And this is a good example of what happened publicly. So it's not just the ransom attacks, they are trying to make money. Sorry, I didn't do that one quicker. So there's an example right there.
Quick question, so.
Yes.
I'm assuming that Des Moines Public paid some type of a ransom?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. So I know of a local business in my town that did pay a ransom to get their data back. And they were assured by the ransom people that they would not be attacked again. I mean, how reliable is that?
If the mafia showed up at your house and said, hey, we'll protect your house for a payment, they're criminals, right? Or whoever that is, they're all criminals, and many of them are in countries that don't have cybersecurity laws. There's nothing compelling them to do that, right? And they may be unhappy with the amount that you pay for, and this is a national conversation that we've had. They may be unhappy with the amount that you paid for, and they may still go and release your information. There's a number of organizations throughout the country that have gone through scenarios like that. My personal recommendation would be not to pay a criminal. That is my personal recommendation. But those all become business decisions, like when you're running your business, or you have to weigh in those different things. Any other questions? So kind of going back to the lessons learned of the Des Moines Public School District. Having these 4 plans in place and available and up to date would have reduced the amount of time it was needed to restore business operations. It is imperative, as I look across the entire whole state, that we spend time and think about these plans. And then just like you have a tornado drill or you have any other crisis, you document that, people know the roles and responsibilities, and then you can execute those things. So that has been my biggest lesson learned throughout my entire career, and in that particular case. And I have them up here for reference. There are a number of great documents that can be referenced that would help organizations go and build these plans. Many of your organizations should have these plans and probably do. But I think part of it is, are they actionable? Have they been tested? You know, do the people know that it's actually there? So just recognizing that these type of activities can be kind of folded into your other contingency response plans. As I think about issues to look for overall, oftentimes we store more information than we need to. So we should ask the question, do we need to get rid of it? Why do we need it anymore? Yeah, why do we need it anymore? And that's a question for your lawyers. And that's part of, and our lawyers over here saying that, but we have to ask those questions, right? We have staff who want to maintain records indefinitely, right? What is that business decision your organization needs to make in order to retain the data that you need and get rid of the data that you no longer need? That is important for a number of legal reasons, but if a hacker gets in your system, they're gonna have access to everything. And you have to think about that as part of your retention. It is also important to ask the question, does your organization have the plans in place? Can they show you those plans? And have they tested those plans? It also is, do the support teams understand their roles? Do they understand the business? What I learned in the Des Moines Public School District is you had multiple executives who may not fully understand all the other executives. And that's commonplace in most organizations. So just having some intention and sharing, hey, over in this area, we're doing this thing in this other area, creates an understanding and better support and coordination. So encouraging cross-vertical collaboration, even in a security incident or prepping for a security incident, is critical. And then part of that is also IT teams may not have the right documentation in place. In my experience, over the past 13 years being in state government, many of them don't. And you have to be intentional in asking them to document their systems, their processes, and not just have it in the IT system. Because if you lose the IT system, all of your business processes are gone. And then part of that is, do you understand the data that's in your systems? So if you had a system that was compromised, did it have FERPA data in it? Was it ransom? Did it have HIPAA data in it? What was that data, and what are my legal obligations as part of that? Having a data map is critical for your response and privacy notifications. I do want to highlight, and this is a pretty critical one for me, I have spent the past 3.5 years working through a problem. And that problem is, and there's some organizations that say it's a 3.4 million person shortage, others that say it's a 5 million person shortage globally. There are not enough people in my career field to do things that we need to do from a demand perspective. So we're often looking at ways that we can go and help upskill people, or even in some cases, identify kids in K through 12 or kids who are in school and college to think about cybersecurity. I think there's this thought process that cybersecurity is this black box, and they look at TV and they have this misperception of what it is. And really, it's trying to think about how do we get this profession and these work activities in front of the students, so they may catch an interest, and we start addressing this huge amount of lack of workforce members. So, for example, we are partnering with Iowa State University. Think about how we do Youth Summit. How do we bring in students and kind of introduce them to these concepts? We've also partnered with a number of K through 12 schools and went out and presented at their local cyber events. So thinking about how do we home grow our own security professionals so that we are better off in Iowa, right? And realistically, we in government, we're competing with the private sector, and they have the exact same problem here. So we have to think about how do we do better and upskill, reskill, or garner interest in this particular area. Things on the horizon, and just kind of getting a little closer to closure. October is Security Awareness Month. It is our opportunity to go and talk about great things we should be thinking about. Don't click on that link. If you see something, say something. Starting to educate our workforce members, our students and individuals to think about cybersecurity. And when they do uncover something, they should know who to call. So our Security Operations Center for the administrations across the K-12s will take your phone call. We'll help you if you call us. I would recommend that the board think about, is there an opportunity for cybersecurity awareness month for staff, students, and all that? Is a national month for those type of activities. And we'd be happy to partner with you to think about, are there things and artifacts and trainings or maybe job fairs that we could participate in that might help kind of raise that. When you call us, this is the team that responds to you in some way, shape, or form. We have built our Iowa Cyber Incident Response Team. We have our National Guard that we can call on in those times of duress, and this is the same group was there from the Des Moines Public School Districts. My organization, the Department of Management, our Mercy, our Homeland Security organization, our Department of Public Safety, Cyber Crime Bureau, where law enforcement officers are a part of that, Secretary of State's office, and the Iowa State University Board of Regents. So we're here to support you if you call us. We are a force multiplier for your organizations and for your IT staff. We then can bring in resources from the federal government and think about how are we a force multiplier to help you through that crisis. We want, if you are under duress and your students can't be at school, we will work with you to figure out how we get you back in school, or whatever it looks like from a cyber attack perspective. Iowa Code 8 allows me to serve all 3 branches of government, cities, counties, K-12s, nonprofits. So I'm here to support you. And my team's here to support you. That is the conclusion of my presentation. I'm going to go back up to CyberSafe. What questions can I answer for the board?
What's the phone number to CyberSafe?
I will get you that. I will get you that phone number and the email. Yes.
Just don't open your.
I was gonna say, do you conduct phishing tests, exercises to employee emails, to the state employee email? So is there a chance that at some point I'll get a, suspicious email, and then how do I, because it's coming from industry, right? Oh yeah, all the time. Especially because I had a lot of external contacts, not just internal at the business. You'd get all sorts of things, and then you'd have the button to click saying this is suspicious, it's, phishing, or just suspicious in general, or whatever. Do you have that system in place, and do you do those kinds of testing exercises of employees?
So we do those tests, and a big key part of that is we want people to learn from their mistakes, and we want to have a softer touch and help educate them as part of that process. It is not used for something that is to say, hey, you did wrong, because people start shutting down, but it is 100%, if you do click on it, we create those opportunities to help educate those individuals. So yes.
Yeah. Okay, so you're doing that. I don't know, just it's an ever, to your point, it's ever increasing and changing, and I don't know, but you're right, the more people on the front end of that know, it's the employees that are putting usually organizations most at risk, because not out of malicious intent, just not knowing, or not thinking.
With the Des Moines attack, did they ever get any of their data back, or did they have to rebuild it all from the ground up?
That was a restoration. Yeah.
And do they know what created their exposure to the attack? Was it a phishing email? Was it a system vulnerability? Do they know how they got in?
They do know how, at some level. I would not be able to disclose that as not my information.
Asking all these questions.
I would say that across the industry, to help answer your question more broadly, most of our adversaries are targeting our people, right? And I think that is our weakest link is people. So we have to invest more in our people to help them be aware of the threats and what actions to take. So that would probably be my best answer in all cases, just more broadly across the state and across the nation.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And just a quick connection, a part of that is coordinating with Dom when we see a potential phishing attempt or trend to communicate with all school and school district leaders to bring that to their awareness.
And I assume all the department has had some cyber security training.
Of course, yeah.
Or ongoing, yeah.
Every year.
And
all agencies.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I'm like, mine's due in June, so yep, every year.
I sit on the local bank board in Iowa Falls, and every month we have our cybersecurity report as far as how many people were subject to fishing expeditions or whatever. And it's not unusual for somebody to want to wire money to somebody, and our bank is, like on Kirkwood, that the bank employees have been very good at stopping most of it, but once in a while we'll lose a customer because the bank refuses to wire the money. Goes, well, if you don't wire it, then leave it alone. Okay.
So hacking is a billion-dollar industry. Like when you think about the whole world, there's a lot of incentive for criminals to take actions like that. Well, this was enlightening and depressing at the same time. Is that what you're trying to accomplish? It's making you aware, and so that you can think about that. It's about culture change, right? Making people aware so that they understand that there are real threats out there, and there are things that you can do to address that.
Well, it's nice to know there's a resource for us.
For sure.
Awesome.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you very much.
All right, and we're on to Coe College Educator Preparation Program Approval. Welcome.
Thank you. Members of the board, Director Snow, thanks for your time. I have here today, I'm Mariam Rodzabo with the Educator Quality Team. As you know, my team approves, reviews, and recommend the programs for approval, non-approval, or conditional approvals to you. Co went through their regular accreditation process, and I'm bringing the program to you today. And I have, Sarah, do you want to go ahead? And I have co-members here, so I have them introduce themselves and their team.
So I'm Sarah Kress, and I currently serve as the department chair, and I've been at Co for 17 years now. And sitting next to me is...
I'm Angela Zaskowski. I'm the provost and dean of faculty. I came out of the faculty, and I've been at Co since 2012.
Yes, and then also we have the bulk of our team here today. Betsy Keegan, who is our placement coordinator, Diana Gears, who teaches exceptional learners and many other classes, and Dr. Stacey Haynesmore, who is taking over chair next year.
So this 7-year cycle included several documents and the process that we reviewed. The overall review included 17 experts engaging the review process, the state panel members who are members of the EdPrep programs, and also site visit team members who attended 6 site visits, who attended the site visit. There was 87 survey responses that was analyzed. 6 stakeholder groups were involved taking those surveys, like candidates, alumni, and other stakeholders. And then 44 interviews was conducted during the visit, 7 classroom visits, and 20 plus student file reviews. Now with the 7 classroom visits, I do want to say that when we do the classroom visits, we select the classes that we would get access to as many students as possible in the different programs. So while it may vary in the different programs, we try to select those classes in a way that we can talk to the students about their overall experience in the program.
Thanks for providing those details.
Yes. And so there are several other components that is included in our approval process. The Higher Learning Commission, all the institutions need to provide evidence that they have the approval. Curriculum exhibit approval is completed by Board of Educational Examiners, and Chapter 79 is the standards that we use to review the programs. We provide recommendations, strengths for the programs when they are pieces that they are in compliance with the rules, but there are opportunities to improve. We have, like I mentioned, for this small program, we had 17 other experts on board with us, so they all provide additional opportunities for improvement, even if the program is in compliance. We also try to recognize the strengths, because when work has been done, it's very important to recognize those. But we also address the concern and provide process that how the institution would be able to resolve that. With that, we have 6 standards that we have looked at: governance and diversity, faculty assessment, knowledge, skills and dispositions, and clinical. In the governance and governance standard, there were several, of course, there were so many standards. Promotion of reflection in teaching and learning, that was something that was demonstrated by all faculty, and it was a pattern throughout all the work that was happening in the classroom with the students. Well-organized record system, this was something they had spent a very good time, and they had brought everything in one place and was so accessible to all the students and faculty to be able to review the records. And then emphasize on the professional leadership through interaction with different institutions, modeling the collaboration with the districts, and much more. Some of the recommendation that was provided was providing a visual to include different roles that was included in the program. That was not very clear in the beginning. The consistency in utilizing the conceptual framework for all the programs of the PE and music, as well as the teacher prep, increase in the unit collaboration, again, with especially the PE and the other program, the arts program, added appropriate faculty lines. So there were several concerns. One of them was the faculty line, the number of faculty teaching in the program and number of adjunct faculty members. There was some turnover that CO was not able to fill those positions due to a hold that was put on the hiring due to the COVID years. And so those lines were still not filled when we went to visit the program. The work was being done very well, but sustainability is not something that we could see. There was a lot of work being done because I care, because it is important, it needs to be done, but not because it is someone's role or it needs to continue to happen. So as a result of that, some appropriate faculty line was added, and some clear and defined administrative release time was defined. So for example, for assessment, for the chair responsibilities of oversight of the faculty review, and some budget and resources oversight that is important piece of this. I'm so sorry, I have to get something. Excuse me. Thank you. The faculty standard, thank you. The faculty standard also had many strengths: highly qualified collaborative faculty and adjuncts and supervisors. The supervisors were all educators recently retired or still in field passionate team director of student teaching. Some of the recommendation for the faculty was providing stipend for release of some of the class teaching time for the administrative role that some of the faculty had picked up. And also reviewing the faculty load in general to make sure that we are not relying too heavily on the adjunct faculty members for the quality and sustainability of the program. There was also a challenge of 40 hours, the 40 hours requirement of being recent in the field. All the faculty are required to complete 40 hours in the classroom, in the K-12 classroom, co-teaching or designing lessons with the teachers, and that's to keep them up to date with what's happening in the field. And the policy was not very clear that that also applies to the supervisors. And when they looked further and they shared the evidence, the supervisors had met that requirement because they were all either teachers in the past 5 years or they are still teachers, but the policy wasn't there. So they defined the policy and they added that. The assessment standard, they're doing a very good job with the integration of the assessment data into the operations and the decisions they are making. They had made significant progress in revising their assessment system. And that's one of the best things when we go on a site visit and we see that the program has recognized some of the areas that they could improve and they have started working on those. Some of the recommendations we provided were reviewing the course sequencing for some flexibility. Students mentioned that if they missed a class, they had to wait another 2 years to be able to take it. So asking for some flexibility so that they're not needing to wait too long if they miss the opportunity to take it at the time that is offered. Building rubrics and transparent assessment processes for refining co-competencies. Co had so many additional competencies that they had made the alignment with those competencies with the INTASC standard, the Interstate Teacher Assessment and Support Standards. But so many competencies was making this not very tangible and easy to understand for students of what they're being assessed on, and also it was making it very difficult on the rubrics and for the assessment from the faculty standpoint as well. So they worked on that and they revised those standards and adopted INTASC standards. The teacher clinical knowledge, skills, and disposition, this was actually one of the areas of strength. There was no concern in this area, but some of the strengths were strong relationship with supervisors, strong efforts for recruiting new supervising teachers and cooperating teachers, creating comprehensive electronic system and making all of those candidates records very accessible and clear, and then some of the recommendations that we provided to them was providing opportunities to increase the inter-rater reliability. This is one of the patterns that I see in most of the programs that we review. But when the course is taught by multiple faculty, there is not as much conversation on that different ways that we assess something. So that's something that we recommended to improve. Also, technology integration was something that was brought up by the candidates, and we recommended that they review and upgrade the system in the classroom or ensure that they're placing candidates purposefully in the K-12 setting so that they have the opportunity to work with the current K-12 technology. The knowledge, skills, and dispositions are some of the competencies that the teachers, all the educators and teachers have to have. So in addition to the content and standards that they have to learn for the different areas that they're teaching, the subjects they're teaching, there are also competencies that are applicable to everybody. Some of the strength, again, this was an area of strength. There was no concern, but there were, of course, some recommendations for improvement. Teacher candidates had regular progress monitoring. They were meeting with their advisor on a monthly or semester base very regularly. It was very clear that everybody had that opportunity, and it was very well clear to the candidates where I am, how I'm doing in the program, and how I can improve my skills to become a teacher. Strong preparation related to dyslexia, and also alignment with Iowa Reading Research Standards and Science of Reading. Some of the recommendations that we provided to them was enhancing the instruction and assessment on English language learners and at-risk students, and classroom management, aligning the course with the InTask standards. This is one of those areas that so many of their candidates were talking about having a very good opportunity, and it was clear that they had addressed this issue before we went to the site visit. But then the ones that were kind of graduating, so when we were talking with student teachers, some of them didn't have as much of those opportunities. But it was very clear to us that they had started already working on these areas to improve. The syllabi consistency across courses for different programs that they have, and also recommendation to clearly aligning the syllabi standards with the InTask standards. So with that, I'm going to open it for questions for you. And my recommendation to the board today is full approval for the co-college teacher preparation program through the next review that is scheduled for 2030 and 2031 academic year.
Okay, questions?
I'm just curious if some of these observations, along with your recommendations, were observed 7 years ago at that last visit?
Yes, so we have added a section on the report, in fact, that what were some of the areas that was a concern before, and we look for that when we review it. So one of the concerns last time was the assessment system. Okay. And they had built that assessment system actually very good, that this was a strength this time when we were on site. Okay. An area that I see that is commonly being an issue is the faculty load. So that was something that was also a pattern from the past, and of course there were some circumstances that was created again this time. But they advertised the job and made the hire, so that's great. It was resolved before we bring the program to the board, so that's why it was not a concern as I'm making the recommendation for the full approval.
I had in my notes, I'll just read the paragraphs. I appreciate the details of the program review. Fast-Facts continuous improvement, the 2016-17 concerns versus the 2023-24 correlation and combination strengths and recommendations.
And that was a comment that came from the board members. I appreciate that. So that's why we added that to the report, and I think it's also helpful for us to pay more attention to those.
Comments from the co-representatives?
Sure, just briefly, thinking with DE that this is the process for accreditation review. It pushes us, and I think that's a good thing, to have peers on our review team asking questions, sharing their information, only helps all of our programs get better. So I'm very appreciative of the process. When I think about the progress from our last review to this review, it was because of those questions and because of our report last time and the team asking questions and visiting this time. So we're appreciative of the process, and I hope that process can still be how Iowa higher ed works in teacher education. Some just, I guess, program updates since our team visited. We did make a hire, so we are now, we have our 4 full-time people. We also have our exceptional learners specialist who is there teaching exceptional learners for us. We have a now director of student teaching who just does director of student teaching. So all of those enhancements, I think, is going to make our program better, and I think our provost and our administrative team for doing that. We are moving from, we had 20 competencies that we were trying to get students to that were aligned to the in-test standards, but now we're just doing the in-test standards, so we're in that process right now. We just finished our curriculum mapping, so now we're moving into, okay, what does that look like assessment-wise, and how do we develop those classes then? That also enabled us to take our practicum class and disperse some of the requirements for that class, so it's not such a heavy load and we can dive deeper. So that was a good process there. We're trying to get a new class in for assessment and taking assessment and differentiating instruction, so to help with some of those comments that some of our students were making. We are continuing our partnerships with community members, so our elementary students get to go and teach at the Jane Boyd Center in Cedar Rapids. We teach science and social studies there in the fall, and then in the spring we do reading diagnostic tutoring for students there, so that's a great partnership. We have other partnerships in the works as well. And I think this process has helped us really look at how we support students. So we, right now, of course, are in the Foundations of Reading mode. We just started our Foundations of Reading study sessions for the groups who are going to be taking that test in May. So that's been exciting and fun work. And then we're also involved in the Science of Reading Summit and Letters training. So thank you for allowing higher ed to get into that as well, so that we can better support our students.
You know, I often liken this process to having a financial audit of a educational institution. But what I like about this process, sometimes the financial audits are looking for problems. In this case, every time you bring a new accreditation or a renewal, I feel like everything that they've brought to you is helpful, and they provide the assistance that you need to reach the goals that have been identified. So I hope you found that to be the case as well.
Absolutely.
Good.
And I would say kudos to their provost and president.
Yes.
They did a great job providing the support that was recommended.
Great.
And that was also easier because everything was laid out so clearly after the process. I could make a case to both our president and to our shared governance committees that approve lines and budget increases.
It's hard to get a budget increase in
Yes,
these
it is.
Thank you for sharing the specific implementation work around ensuring the program is aligned to the science of reading, around the forthcoming summit, the letters, professional learning, and then also the implementation of the Foundations of Reading assessment. Have you yet engaged in that self-assessment handbook? And if so, could you just talk about the user experience a little bit?
Yes, so the first part of that was due at the end of March. So we are unique in that we're a small program, and currently there's one person on staff who has the reading endorsement and kind of has that, and actually two now. And so we partnered with Cornell and with Emeritus because there were only one person there. So we were able to do a couple Zoom meetings together, look through that booklet, talk through what we do. And that was a huge help to have that support, both in written form, but also the collaborative support from other colleges. That's kind of where we are. I know the next one is coming up, so we have another meeting scheduled next week.
Thank you. And the other quick question, obviously, you know, one of our statewide priorities is around narrowing and closing achievement gaps experienced by student groups. And our survey data, statewide, not just CO, indicates that the two of the greatest areas across the board where students feel least prepared is in differentiation for students with disabilities and students who are English language learners. And you indicated that you were engaging in some continuous improvement work there. Could you say a bit more?
Sure. So in our realignment, We were looking at the courses that we currently offer and which in-test standards, making sure that students got the core of that, and then during the middle of the program, they also were touching on all of the standards, and then at the end. And through that, as we were dotting where things were happening, we realized that there was a course that we currently offered as our core that really no longer, those dots were covered in other areas. And so we were able to look at that class and disperse those 3 dots there to form a place for a new class. And so that new class we have ready. We'll probably go to the faculty in early fall for approval. So it is an assessment class and a differentiation class with the focus being on how do we help our English language learners and our students with special needs. So we're really excited about that. It'll be a 200 level class, so we're hoping that with exceptional learners as a 100 level class that they get their first year, that then they would move into their kind of hands-on field experience when they take this assessment class. And that retention of information should be better that way because they're able to connect it to previous knowledge, but also that hands-on knowledge.
Thank you. And is that something that you're getting questions about from your peer organizations?
Questions about the class or
about using that as a model?
Not yet, but certainly in our talks with Cornell and Mount Mercy, there may be some collaboration there.
Thank you.
Do you find that your graduating students practice in the surrounding area or in the state?
Most do. That was another really good addition, was that now we report when we fill out applications for other states as licensing official. And that has decreased quite a bit in the last year or two, where I was filling out probably 10 every year. Now our program is smaller right now, but we have had less students leave Iowa, at least in the last couple of years.
Do you see any more males in the profession?
We do. We have, we usually have 2 or 3 male elementary teachers in each of our cohorts.
Okay.
That's a good thing.
It still is kind of that 20-80%.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, I will accept the motion.
So moved.
Okay, so the motion is that we approve college teacher preparation program through the 30-31 academic year. Those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Is it okay if I take a few minutes to just talk a little bit? I know there was questions about the teacher pipeline data.
Briefly.
Very briefly. Okay, so I just had some great news that I thought that would be worthwhile sharing. Every year we are required to report a number of full-time equivalent positions that are shortage areas in the state. The last couple of years, we have been able to request that data directly through the BEDS report, thanks to Jay for doing that. So we get exactly what positions the districts were not able to fill each year. And that data gives us so much more than what we used to have, that through what were the number of hires versus number of people prepared. Just to make it short and sweet, in 2022, we had 2.63% shortage, and we still were able to report all of our shortage area. That gives us the span of all the different endorsements that was reported. So even if there was one position that was not filled, I was able to report that as a shortage area, which qualifies the individuals going to those positions in that endorsement area, qualified for loan forgiveness, some additional student loans and scholarships opportunities. And that has been the trend. So sometimes you will see that Iowa has a lot of endorsements listed there, and it sounds like a little overwhelming when you look at that. But from the other perspective, when you think about that the reason we are able to report that is that we are below 5%, that's a great thing. But then in 2023, the number of full-time equivalent decreased from 941 to 763, so 2.03%. And then in 2024, this last shortage report that we prepared, the number had decreased to 1.74%. And the full-time equivalent positions that were not filled were 661. In 2022, we started seeing an increase in the registration, a very big peak. And part of that was due to the TPRA grant that was provided. It was like over 200 that had gone up. Nationally, it was reduced. The number of enrollment of teachers nationally in the different programs had reduced. So in the past 3 years, we have kind of been back to that 7,700, 7,500, around that range of registered enrollment of candidates in the educator preparation programs. And the number of completers had continued to remain over 2,001 or 200 every last 3 years. And so I just wanted to bring that data back here, just because not all the time we talk about that, but I do want to recognize the work that has been done, and I share my appreciation for the grants and opportunities and the different multiple pathways that are provided to educators to be going to the field and fill in the pipeline. We also have access now to district-specific shortage data, which is very helpful because in the 600 number of full-time positions that were not filled, about 250 of those were just 5 major districts. So there are districts with very high number of shortage, and so that gives us that geographic shortage opportunity to be able to work with those districts and recognize what are the things that can be done for those to improve that. So that's just, I thought that it would be interesting, and if you have any questions, I would be happy to share other information, but thanks for the opportunity to share that.
All right, thank you, appreciate that. All right, item 11 on the agenda, Empowering Excellence Amendment Request.
Okay, thank you, President Robbins, members of the board, Director Snow. I recognize that I am the last one standing between the meeting and the finale, which is Michael's closing statements in his time as student board member. So I will be brief. That Sarah Swayze is on Zoom with us, yes? Okay. To represent her amendment request, but just to give you a little bit, just to run down the history, Empowering Excellence Charter School in Cedar Rapids was authorized in January 2024, opened in Cedar Rapids in the fall of 2024. In January of this year, we brought an amendment asking for flexibility to change location and flexibility for food and nutrition services. Today, we bring an amendment request to update their enrollment projections for the next 5 years. Enrollment has outpaced projections. Additionally, they're adding 9th and 10th grade. They had previously been authorized for 11th and 12th grade. We're now looking at 9th through 12th with updated minimum and maximum projections based on their current enrollment trends. So with that, I'll hand it over to Director Swayze. Do you want to add anything?
No, I'm just glad to be here and know that
these requests that we're asking are necessary for the school to keep being successful, that we see the new need in the community. When I first wrote up our plan, it was primarily focused on our 11th and 12th graders. And I still want that to be our primary focus, but I see that there's a great need to help those students that are in 9th and 10th graders before they get into the 11th and 12th grade year, so their struggles won't be as difficult as they are now. So that's one of the reasons we're asking for the extension of the grade levels, because we have these parents coming to us and we're in a bind that we have no place to recommend for them to go. And the
So-
location, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, sorry.
The location is because our office space now, as it is, as we bring on staff, is not allowing us to grow anymore. So we essentially need to find a new place to be.
And I believe next month we'll be bringing the change of address.
Okay.
They've identified the location, so we'll bring the change of address next month. And Director Swayze, also the offer and teach waiver next month as well.
So are we being asked to approve of this today, subject to hearing that next time, or what are we doing today?
Standalone.
Okay.
Standalone. The min-max for the next 5 years stands alone, separate and apart from location and offer and teach.
Yeah, a related question, Sarah, when I was reading through the board minutes, I saw that you have 3 board members that are resigning.
Yes, and when I was talking about that, one board member has had significant amount of illness in her family that she has to deal with. The other one is going through, a level of personal struggles right now as well. And the other one's just, her life was too busy when she stepped on, and she stayed throughout the year to make it work, but now she needs to step away.
Do you have some capable replacements coming in?
We have one so far for the secretary. We're still looking for the replacement for the president and the the other one was diversity and inclusion. So we don't really have to replace her, but the president we do. We're looking for that position. Yeah.
So Deborah, the recommendation today is that we're looking at just enrollment. Is that what?
That's correct. If you refer to Exhibit 1, your charter school amendment request form, on the left-hand side, it cites their existing contract language from their original proposal, which, as you can see in your 1, they had planned for 70 and stated maximum of 78. As you know, projections before the kids come, you really are just picking numbers because you don't know until you open doors. And their enrollment has outpaced that maximum already, and so we want to make sure that they stay in line, that their contract stays in line with the practice. So that, in addition to adding 9th and 10th grade, we're bringing it as one package, and you can see their new minimum planned and maximum projections. Again, they're projections, and we'll see how it actually goes. But they feel confident in these projections, at least for this year and looking into next year.
Sarah, can you speak to, I know in organizing the charter school and launching the charter school, you have been through a lot of transition from the beginning in just accepting numbers, location. Chairman Robbins, or President Robbins, referred to kind of the board transition. And that's a lot to manage. So how confident do you feel, how ready do you feel to take on these numbers beyond what you had originally anticipated, and feeling good about managing the numbers of these students as you continue to manage the transitions as well?
I feel really positive so far with the growth being more than I anticipated when I first wrote up the plan. I got a little bit nervous, I won't lie to you, when it started really just growing like it was. But with my staff, I have found out that through our collaborative work, we're able to manage the load and be successful because we have come up with strategies on how to manage the load. At first, we wasn't prepared for that, but now I feel that the plan that we have really works with our mentors and the Edmonton platform that we're using that also has success coaches and the staff personally at Empowering Excellence. We managed to be supportive of all students without any students falling through the cracks. And we managed to get those students into the building that really are struggling. You know, we get them into the building to say, come on, let me help you. And so once they get back on track, some of them, like, they may get locked up in the midst of things. And once we get them back on track, then they're able to go on. And we use a lot of text messaging and phone calls to help motivate these kids, or sharing their screen. They share their screen with us and we help them. So I feel really confident that we can manage the load. And we are only planning on bringing on more support staff as needed. You know, so when we see that there's a need, we bring on more support staff, more mentors to help these kids be successful.
That was a significant part of your model, the high touch, high engagement level to help these kids work through some of their challenges and their barriers, so.
Yeah, it is, because when I worked in the school district for the nearly 30 years that I put in with the district, one of the things I witnessed personally was that our low income kids, they did not have that support in place that really catered to their lifestyles, you know, their home life environments. And so that's what I really want Empowering Excellence to be about, is just make everything flexible so the kids don't have to work on a certain schedule. And it has worked out so far that they love the fact that they're not tied down to a time.
Okay. Other questions or comments? Hearing none, I'll take a motion, please.
Approval of the amendment, adoption.
Or enrollment, okay?
Enrollment, yeah.
Okay, it's been motioned by Brooke,
Second?
second by Cindy. Any further discussion?
It's enrollment in 9 and 10, right?
To expand enrollment.
You're expanding the
9 and 10. Yeah.
All in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Thanks, Sarah.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
And can I share one more thing about our enrollment? I know you already voted on it, but I explained this to Deb yesterday, and Tom, that we are only going to take 9th graders once they have proven that they are struggling in school. You know, we're not just going to take them coming straight out 8th grade if they're being successful, and they could be successful in a bigger environment. So that's the model of our school. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Got that, thank you.
Yep.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
All right, Michael, bring us home.
All right, I'll keep it short and sweet.
You don't have to do that.
No, you said, no.
Is there an
I don't.
interpretive answer?
There isn't an interpretive dance,
Okay.
unfortunately. So just gonna go over everything. I initially applied just because, well, my superintendent like forwarded me the email that goes out, and she was like, you should apply for this, and I was like, maybe not. But after a while, I finally did. It's been a good time. My favorite thing I've learned was like the standards revision process, because I didn't know anything about that before. The first thing I learned, though, it was in my first meeting, I think. I came in and someone was like, just remember, this is implementation and not like writing the laws, we just implement everything. But yeah, so that's pretty much all I had, and then wanted to share my plans for next year with you guys. Next year I'm planning on attending Drake University and triple majoring in law, politics and society, strategic political communication, and then getting a BA in music. So,
Wow.
thank
Are you
you.
going to have a social life?
Oh, well, I'll be going in with 31 credits, so
Nice.
I'll have plenty of time to fill with other things I can do.
From my perspective, I think you've been a great student representative, and it's nice to get to know you. And I've appreciated some comments along the way and some of our meetings when we asked you what you thought about things, you were always willing to share, so thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, guys, and thank you, I don't know who was on the committee, but thank you to whoever was on the committee last year. And thank you as well to Governor Reynolds, and I don't know what's happening right now, but.
John is standing there.
This is the last thing on the agenda, so we're presenting Michael a certificate of appreciation for work on the state board. And then we're going to adjourn and gather for a group picture, wherever Heather thinks we should go to. So, Michael, congratulations for a job.
Pose for a picture.
Oh, well, sure, we can do that.